NASCAR, Trevor Bayne in the 99 was 8th fastest on the speed chart. Let's now go to Hermie Sadler. Hermie?
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. And as we focus some of our attention on Sprint Cup Series practice coming up, let's talk about our points leader, Kevin Harvick. Big news this week. We talked about it earlier. Budweiser on this car for next year. But more importantly, right now, he is locked into this chase. He is all set for the chase as far as being locked in. I listened to him in the media center earlier today, and a couple interesting things he said. He was asked, now that you're locked in, does that give you a chance to try some different things as far as your race cars are concerned? He said, no, we like the direction we're headed. Our cars are running well. We're going to continue to tweak on what we've got. We like where we're headed with these race cars. Next question. Jimmie Johnson and Jeff Gordon earlier in the media center both said the win last week at Michigan made Kevin Harvick, in their minds, the favorite to win this championship. Well, Kevin Harvick took the seat and he said, no, not so fast. Jimmie Johnson has won 4 in a row. We want all the pressure to remain on the 48 team. Let him be the favorite. We want to be the underdog. We want to fly under the radar and continue to do what we've done all year long, but he is really content. And another thing he said that really stuck out is we appreciate the success we're having this year more so because of the struggles we had last year. So these guys have come a long way in a short period of time, and they feel like they definitely have a shot to win this championship. 3 wins so far this year. Ray?
Well, Hermie, there's no question that Kevin Harvick is in the driver's seat right now in the championship chase, but I think I've got the best seat in the house here at Bristol Motor Speedway. Check out this shot where I am. I can look right in to the Sprint Cup garage, and hey, there's my buddy Chad Canals right on top of the hauler. I'm up at the bar, which is on top of the media center, and how about a nice place this is for the fans, huh? Beautiful lounge chairs hanging out around here, but I want to show you how vast this area is. Now, if you want to come to this area and check out the race, look at this view of the corner of turn 3 and 4 right here. Unbelievable. This is my favorite place maybe in all of racing. How do you get here? Well, if you are in a suite here at Bristol Motor Speedway, you're able to buy an added value ticket, which allows you to leave the suite, walk through a tunnel, and come up here to this lounge area. They've got cocktails. It's just absolutely a beautiful spot, and I don't know if there's a better view of the racetrack in the entire place. JR?
Man, I don't think so, Ray. There's nothing you can't see from down there, is there?
It's awesome, I'll tell you. You can look right in the garage, you see right through the center of the racetrack, and if you're in a suite, you get to come down for a portion of the race. Then you got to go back out and trade your ticket with somebody else. They don't want you hogging the space.
I definitely understand that. That's a real cool way to watch a race here, and man, it gets loud in there, colorful, and fun. Let's take a look at the championship standings as we head into this race. 23 of 36 races are in the history books, and as they just told us a moment ago, Hermie Sadler said that Kevin Harvick is locked in, and he does not plan to change anything. Out of the top 5 in points right now, Jeff Gordon leads the way with 5 wins at this racetrack. Kevin Harvick has 1 win, Denny Hamlin has no wins, and Tony Stewart and Jimmie Johnson each have 1 win at this racetrack themselves. Now, Kevin Harvick's teammate, Jeff Burton and Clint Boyer, as of right now, are in the top 12, and Kenseth, Kurt Busch, Greg Biffle are pretty strongly in the top 12, if you will. The number to the right you will see is how many points they are in, or if they're on the outside looking in, how many points they are out. Mark Martin, a mere 35 back. Ryan Newman, 103. Jamie McMurray, 105. Those guys are still within striking distance, but they are running out of time as we only have 3 more races to go. This one at Bristol, then we head to Atlanta, and then the tricky short track in Richmond, Virginia will decide what 12 drivers get to go on and battle for the championship in the 2010 season. Of course, Jimmie Johnson with 4 in a row. As Kevin Harvick put it earlier today, he wants the pressure to be on them, and believe me, they are feeling it right now, as nobody wants to go out into this chase and miss the chase and leave wins on the table. Ryan Newman and Jamie McMurray are in that position right now where they will, if they do not make the chase, they'll leave those bonus points on the table. 2 wins for Jamie McMurray in 2 of the biggest races of the season, and that would mean 20 bonus points if they can get into that chase. So we're getting ready for a very busy day here as we just kicked off. We're barely firing our engines right now. Don't forget about trackside tonight. Bruton Smith will be on there, as well as Larry Pearson. And go to eBay and check out some of those cool souvenir items that you can get, and go on there and bid for them, and then see what you can do to help Larry out as he continues to recover from some pretty serious injuries he got during the Legends race. A lot of fans out here at Bristol already tuning up for the Nationwide Series race tonight, and then, of course, the Sprint Cup Series races under the lights tomorrow night for the 100th time at this half-mile oval. Let's now send it up top to Rick Allen and company as they have Sprint Cup Series practice coming your way. It's live and on speed.
And welcome back to Bristol Motor Speedway. It's Sprint Cup Series practice. This is the first time the Cup cars will be on the racetrack. A beautiful day, though, for racing and practicing. 79 degrees the temperature has gone up to. Beautiful sunny forecast. Hello, everyone. Rick Allen. We got Jeff Hammond. I was getting ready to say Michael.
You weren't going to do that, were you?
I would never do that to these guys. Jeff Hammond, Larry McReynolds. Obviously, you guys have had a lot of success at this racetrack as crew chiefs. Now, it's almost like coming back home, isn't it, Larry? We've been all around the country.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've been to the Northeast, we've been to the Midwest, we've been to 2 Mile racetrack, we've been road course racing, but now we come back to the Southeast, and to everyone's delight, we're short track racing at Bristol under the lights on a Saturday night. And I know from a crew chief standpoint, Rick, what you love about this place is, yeah, it will test your feelings, it will test your emotions. There'll be a lot of people that will leave here mad Saturday night, but the biggest thing is it's about mechanical grip. You don't get all caught up in horsepower, you don't get all caught up in aerodynamics. You know that if you can get those 4 springs, 4 shocks, and that sway bar and all the front end settings right, that you can have a good race car here.
But Larry, when you talk about having a good race car, there's some teams that are coming here right now that are looking to try to get some momentum. Let's talk about Kevin Harvick. He got some momentum last weekend at Michigan. That number 29 car leading the points, 3 wins. What they're looking for, talked to Gil Martin this morning, the crew chief on that car. He wants to wind up putting some more wins in the column so they can get those bonus points. Speaking of bonus points, Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, I mean, Carl Edwards, they're all looking for wins, and this is a great place to come to try to get a win. You feel like you got the opportunity. Take a look, early part of practice right now, the 24 car at the top of the list. That's what it's all about. They want to win races, and the only way you can do that is start with a fast weekend and have a fast race car.
You said hurt feelings. I hope I didn't give you guys any hurt feelings when I tried to call you the wrong names.
Absolutely not. No, as long as you call us, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter.
I thought that was just to dinner. As long as I call you to dinner, you're
as
okay.
you call us. That means we're up here and we're doing a show. But, you know, Jeff made a great point, and this gentleman right here, Tony Stewart, the 14 car, would be included in this group. You've got half of our top 12 right now that's not been to victory lane, and that's a lot of guys that are up in the top part of the points right now.
But not only bonus points that they're looking for, but they're looking for that win that gets them the momentum, that gets them that, you know, the positive feeling going into the chase.
That's the big thing right now. They want some momentum. That's exactly what Darian Grubb said, the crew chief for the 14. He wants to get some momentum going into that chase. You know, even if we just get that one win to kind of get us, you know, ready to go. Speaking of a guy who's trying to get in the chase, Mark Martin, 35 points out of that coveted 12th position. I believe it's going to go down to the final lap at Richmond to be able to try to decide who's going to wind up being in the chase right now. But Mark would like to come here, put a win up in the column right there, get himself back in that top 12, and, you know, let the rest of the season kind of play out the way it does.
Tell you what, qualifying has always been good here for Mark Martin. He has 9 poles at this half-mile racetrack. Right now, he's 4th quickest. Speaking of poles, the last time we were here back in the spring, Joey Logano, and only his 3rd start in Sprint Cup here at Bristol, sat on the pole back in the spring.
He's shown a lot of speed for one lap, looking to potentially get to victory lane at a very impressive racetrack. A lot of history here. We're about to make our 100th points start in the Cup Series at this racetrack, dating back to 1961.
And tell them who won. I know you know the answer to this. We were having a little trivia deal earlier that before we started the broadcast about the guy who went to the victory lane the first time.
Jack Smith won the first race here.
Driving his own car?
Yep.
Back in July of 1961. So a lot of races here at this historic racetrack. And Joey Logano, one of the youngest. He became the youngest pole winner in series history in March right here at this track.
You know, this is a team that I think they pretty much have decided, you know, we're not going to make the chase. Yeah, mathematically, they're maybe not eliminated from the top 12, but they're sitting back there 21st in points. But this is a team, this team has never won a season without winning a race, including last year, the first year that Joey Logano drove this car. They won at Loudon. That's 12 seasons that they've been together. They would like to get something in that win column.
One of the things that this team also, or that team, had to look forward to is the improvement that they've seen out of their driver and their team since Joey joined the team a year ago. Now they've improved again. They still haven't found victory lane this year, but week in and week out, they've been a better team.
They've been a better team, Rick, but they need to make the next plateau on a more consistent basis, and that is getting some top 5 finishes. I mean, being able to finish in top 10 is important, but you're only going to win if you get in the top 5 on a regular basis.
Now we see Scott Speed here in the 82 car. Early in this practice, he has jumped up to 4th quickest. Not a huge surprise. A year ago, he qualified 3rd, and then back in June, this is where tire testing pays off. Goodyear brought 4 teams up here. Denny Hamlin, David Reagan, Juan Pablo Montoya, and oh, by the way, Scott Speed was part of it too.
£600 of salmon breath. You in? 5th generation 4Runner. Sucker punched by a big fish. You in? 5th generation 4Runner.
Just bought our first home.
But it has some stains on the walls.
That's why we choose Kills Primer.
Painting my new fence. Need to block the wood grain from showing through. I choose Kills Primer.
For covering bold colors, I choose Kills.
I never ask a paint to do a primer's job. Priming first gives me better results with fewer top coats. I choose Kills Primer.
Homeowners and pros know that a little prep goes a long way, especially when you're using the #1 primer in the U.S. Kills. It's the perfect start to a great finish.
See this? Nobody else has what this paint's got, and that's a #1 rating. It's a paint and primer in one, so it goes on bold and looks even better. It means getting more done in half the time, and it means the shade you see on that swatch ends up on that wall, and is as durable as it is colorful. You know where to find it. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Try it for yourself. Get your own 8-ounce sample of the #1 rated Behr paint. Now just $2.94.
NASCAR home tracks, where every lap of every race tells a story.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup practice from Bristol is brought to you by Sprint, the Now Network. Beautiful day in Bristol, Tennessee, as our first Sprint Cup practice is underway. Fastest on the chart, David Gilliland in the 38 has jumped to the top, over the top of Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Greg Biffle, and Scott Speed. Your top 5. We go now to Bob Dillon.
Well, Rick, a beautiful day in Thunder Valley, but getting really hot down here on pit road. But everybody focusing on the battle for the chase, the bubble spot, which is occupied right now by Clint Boyer. You see that car is already up on the scale pads once again, and that's because he told Shane Wilson, his crew chief, super duper loose when I went out there for his first and only lap around this racetrack. So they got it back up on there. They're going to change the rear bar, go down 100 pounds on that, and then also go down on the track bar as well. Now, right next door to the 33 is the guy that's hoping to get back into the chase. We're talking about the 5 car of Mark Martin. And right now, Mark Martin is really hitting the racetrack with his splitter. That's the problem in the center of the corner for Mark Martin.
Jeff Burton comes into Bristol 4 spots lower than when he started last week at Michigan with that poor finish. Jeff Burton wants to gain some momentum here at Bristol. This isn't really typically the place you want to try and gain that momentum, but Jeff Burton is good so far. He said he still has to have more in these early laps of practice. He can't get a really good feeling. He said, if you give me a map, I can show you exactly what I'm talking about on the racetrack. He can't hook on the bottom, as he told this crew chief Todd Barrier. So Jeff Burton just trying to concentrate on his laps this early time in practice.
Juan Pablo Montoya Currently third quick in this practice session.
He's fast every week. It doesn't matter where we go, a road course, a speedway, a short track, this 42 car. They've got a fast race car.
And surprisingly 19th now in the point standing, so he's another one of those guys whose his chase hopes are really out the window.
Well, I think if you look in his stats and you look at those 7 DNFs, I think that's what contributes to that.
Greg Biffle, 5th quick, and he had his breath taken away from him.
Not by Greg's standards. That's a nothing. No big deal.
Just a little sideways.
Just a little. I mean, just a little bobble. I mean, he caught that one so quick, Rick. I mean, when he really has the big slide, we'll know it.
Take a look at our championship standings after 23 races. Again, that's only 3 races away from the chase.
Now, we have elected here on Speed to give you what the real picture is here. We're not showing you how many points behind Kevin Harvick all these guys are. It doesn't matter.
They don't matter.
All that matters is how far you are in front of 13th place. And if you look, even at Greg Biffle, he's got more than 1 race cushion with 3 races to go.
These are the guys trying to fight their way in. Mark Martin obviously losing that 12th spot last week.
I'm trying to figure out why Casey Mears is in the 11 car, but other than that, I think we're in pretty good shape.
I think the key thing right now is you're taking a look at the guys who are chasing the 12 right now. Mark Martin, Ryan Newman, for example. Those guys are still in hot pursuit of trying to get in that top 12 position. With the number of races to go, it's still feasible.
Bob, what's the 16 car looking for now?
Well, here's the deal. This is why you saw him skedaddle up the racetrack a little bit. He said he hit the splitter. So what they've taken is a simple can of spray paint, and they spray painted the bottom of the splitter. Greg Biffle is going to make a few adjustments to try to pick that car up a little bit in the center and exit of the corner. But that way they'll know exactly where he's hitting the splitter if he does it again. But honestly, Greg Irwin's holding pretty darn good on the stopwatch.
But Bob, I'm a little bit confused when you're showing the splitter right there. They've got those plastic adjusters to give them some idea where it's hitting at also. So I'm a little bit surprised they're having to revert back to basically mine and Larry's style of doing something with a can of spray paint.
Where does it hit? Wherever the paint's gone.
That's exactly right.
Denny Hamlin on the racetrack. He's currently 9th quick.
And I'm going to tell you what, going back to Michigan last week, if there was an award for a whole organization turning things around from Friday and Saturday to race day, it would have been in Joe Gibbs Racing. I mean, all 3 of those teams were struggling so bad on Saturday. You watched Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch swap race cars at the end of the first practice, and for the 11 to finish 2nd, Joey Logano gets a top 10. And to be quite honest, until Kyle Busch in the 18 hit the wall off 2, he had a top 5 race car. What a turnaround for that group.
I never would have believed it, Rick. We watched him in
out right
trouble
right
now.
Right in front of us.
Looks
Just
like
go on the racetrack. Go high,
AJ
go high.
Allmendinger spun around over there on the back straightaway, and everybody come to an abrupt stop.
That's a good thing that he didn't hit anything.
It looks to me like he got a little tail happy up off of turn 2 over there, slid down the back straightaway.
You know, it's like everybody, for the most part, that we've watched and that we've heard about is fighting loose, and you kind of maybe tend to believe it could be this new tire combination. One thing this combination has is a lot of stagger, the difference from left side to right side, and that'll make a car loose.
Everyone learning here at Bristol.
Tonight, we're there for the battle in Bristol, and Thunder Valley will be rocking with the biggest party in NASCAR. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside tonight at 11 Eastern.
Only on Speed.
My Subaru saved my life. I will never forget that.
Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Where can you
see hundreds of RVs all in one place at only one event, the RV Super Sale. Prices are slashed on motorhomes, travel trailers, and toy haulers, but only for a limited time. RV Super Sale is at the old Fremont Ford location just off Highway 880 in Newark, August 20th through the 29th. Acres of new and used RVs at unbeatable prices. Make an offer and drive home with the RV of your dreams. At the RV Super Sale, the customer always comes first.
Is the IRS ruining your life? Are IRS penalties and interest compounding daily? Stop the cycle now.
Hello, I'm John Harris, president of J.K. Harris & Company. Over the past decade, the tax team at J.K. Harris has successfully negotiated settlements for our clients, saving them millions of dollars. You too could qualify to significantly reduce your tax debt.
Call the tax team at J.K. Harris now for your free confidential tax settlement analysis.
Call 800-876-1582.
Start your engines, get up on your feet. Gonna light it up and feel the heat. We only get to do it twice a year. That's why you all wanna be right here. It's gonna sound like a thunder bird. It's always tight here that you heard. Running rubber out of pit lane. Let's get this rolling. Got the speed for the pass, but the wall's coming up so fast.
You put 43 cars on a high-banked half-mile, and tempers are going to flare every now and then. That's why this is one of the hottest seats in all of racing, Bristol Motor Speedway. We've got practice taking place for the Sprint Cup Series. And Bob Dillner, what's going on down on pit road?
Well, A.J. Allmendinger, before we went to break, spun coming off the corner right there. And basically, I've become an interpreter because I've been watching him. It's so darn loud here, you can't talk to anybody. I've been watching him talk to his crew chief, Mike Shiplett. And what he is basically saying is, and this is interpretation, is when he got back on the gas, the rear end just wanted to whip around. You can see it right there. It just whips right around. So that's what he's telling Mike Shiplett right now. They flat spotted those tires, a new set going on, but right now just a little bit loose upon throttle for A.J. Allmendinger.
Well, the good thing is they've got this car turning good, and that's where they've got to go to work on the rear.
Maybe a little too good?
Yeah, maybe just a little bit too good. But no, in all kidding aside, we talk a lot about this, Rick, is now go to work on the rear of the car. Let's leave the front of the car alone. We've got it biting in the racetrack. Let's do whatever we've got to do in the back to get the rear hooked up.
Get that forward bite off the turns.
10-4, nothing is wrong.
Chatter out of Carl Edwards, not just on the radio, but he's talking about tire chatter as well.
Yeah, he says his car won't turn and it's chattering the front end. And Bob Osborne, his crew chief, has already said, come on down to pit road here. And he's experienced a little bit of the same problem he had in the nationwide practice just a moment ago. Was the car, the setup, the initial setup that they've come with is not working. So I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. The tires give him trouble over there in the nationwide series. It look like they're continuing to give maybe a fit over here.
Wendy Venturini, is there a driver change going on over there at the 00? Is everybody okay?
Yeah, there definitely has been a driver change, as we've talked about on NASCAR Live earlier today. David Rudiman is not here at Bristol Motor Speedway because he has the flu. So who is in that 00? Well, it's Eric Almirola. I thought it was crazy. Between nationwide practice and cup practice, Eric Almirola was in the media center doing some driver interview questions in regards to Junior Motorsports that he just signed with that nationwide deal. And now Eric's over here at the 00. David Rudiman not feeling well, flu-like conditions. The plan for the team is to get David to qualify for the car as the red flag comes out. But the biggest concern right now is working on this car for Eric and getting him comfortable. Only one earplug works for him, which is kind of a problem when it's so loud when the engines are roaring here at Bristol.
Well, the red flag coming out for debris in turn number 1. So the officials slow them down, bring them off the racetrack. They'll clean that up before they go back out.
You know, I've been up here before, especially the heat and humidity in August. I've been up here trying to work on these race cars and sick, and it's tough. I could not imagine trying to drive one of these race cars around this half-mile bull ring. The speed you run here, just the physical abuse, and not feeling 100%.
Maybe they should have put Buzzy in the car. I mean, Eric was a great choice, but, you know, Buzzy's got his helmet with him, I'm sure.
I guarantee he's got it.
A lot has changed over the years in how you make a vehicle go fast.
But one thing hasn't changed: Sunoco's proven performance. Today, we continue to focus on quality and performance and are proud to fuel champions in just about anything that races. Fueling victories every week, every race, every win. The Sunoco Free Fuel 5000 is back. Get your decal at Sunoco for a chance to win 5,000 gallons of gas.
This site has a 4-star hotel for $159. Should I try Priceline instead?
No. It's a sale. Nothing beats a sale. Wrong move. You could save up to half off that sale when you name your own price on Priceline. But this one's a deal. Trust me. It's only pretending to be a deal. Here, bid $79.
Got it. Wow.
You win this time, good twin. There's no disguising the real deal.
We're on the road with the General, talking to people about their auto insurance.
You know, at the General, you can get an online quote without giving personal information.
I didn't know that.
Here, give it a try.
Okay, sure.
Rates and monthly payments are low, and the down payment's as low as $59.
Yes!
You'll also get instant proof of insurance. For the best car insurance rates online, go to the General and save some time.
At Polaris, we designed a trail-dominating legend, the Sportsman XP, to lead a new team of smooth-riding trail runners. We made a versatile, powerful, mid-size Ranger, launching a new group of value-minded workhorses. And we made the ultimate hunting vehicle, the Ranger XP, even better, heading up a new team of hard-working hunting machines. From the #1 maker of ATVs and side-by-sides, Polaris, hardest working, smoothest riding.
NASCAR Race Day will get you ready for the big race tomorrow night. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot at 5 Eastern here on Speed.
You know, one thing we talked about, we did nationwide series practice, the number of cars that's in that series here, 51. We've got 49 Cup cars here.
6 guys that are going to be going home. A lot of red right there with Casey Kane, talking to crew chief Bob Dillner.
Casey Kane 13th quick as he talks to his crew chief Kenny Francis, and right now just a little bit loose. But the funny thing is, I just saw Casey Kane go up to his race car with a bunch of wrenches. So when he came back to put them in the drawer, I said, Casey, what are you working on, man? He goes, front end geometry. I said, no. I know the crew is working on the front end geometry on this car to get you a little bit tighter, but what are you working on? He goes, well, just say front end geometry. It sounds good. But Casey Kane actually having a little trouble with his steering column. They needed to adjust that to make him comfortable inside that race car, Wendy.
Kyle Busch out of his race car talking to crew chief Dave Rogers. They're 32nd in this practice, what little laps they have run, and the feedback he's been able to give his crew chief so far. He wants to keep going on the changes. They're making the bumps feel a little bit better for Kyle Busch, but he wants more of the same. In 11 starts here at Bristol, he has 3 wins. 8 of them have been top 10s in those 11 starts, so Kyle Busch knows how to get around this place, and he knows what he wants when his race car doesn't have it.
But isn't it amazing is, and Jeff brought it up about Carl, there's 2 guys that we felt like would probably be at the top of the chart in both series. Carl Edwards and Kyle Busch are almost struggling in both series, at least in the early going.
Jimmy Johnson won at this racetrack earlier this year. He's currently 5th on the charts. His teammate, actually 2 teammates in front of him. Earnhardt Jr. is 2nd, and Jeff Gordon is 3rd.
Yeah, all of the Hendrick cars are up there because Mark Martin is 8th. You know, we showed the points a while ago. And one other thing I think we need to say about the points is when the checkered flag waves here tomorrow night, we get an off weekend. We kind of regroup a little bit, and then we go 12 weeks in a row, but it's 2 races in the chase. When you watch the broadcast tomorrow night, or you listen to the broadcast, assuming that all of the drivers are going to start the next 2 races, as long as you look at the points and your driver, your favorite driver, is 323 points in front of whoever's in 13th place, you know your driver is going to be in the chase, because the most points you can make or gain in one race is 161 times 2 is 322. Add the 1 point where it won't tie it out, 323, and you can go buy your "My Man is in the Chase" hat.
And I'm sure those will be readily available.
Because Kevin Harvick is already locked after
He's got his hat.
He is already in there with 3 races to go.
Now, did you learn all that when you went to school in Alabama?
I did not.
You didn't?
I did not.
So which one of your kids taught you?
I have worked very hard on that of late.
Tony Stewart had his hands full a little bit earlier in practice. He's currently 15th quick. We see, yeah, we've got problems in front of him. That was Tony Raines in the 37 sliding up the racetrack.
And back across.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of guys look like they're having problems with the loose race cars.
Well, let's make sure we establish something. The Cup cars have got a little bit more horsepower than the Nationwide cars. So when they go to pick the throttle up, when they, roll into it, even though you don't jump into it wide open, Rick, when you roll in that throttle, you're putting down a lot more torque to those rear wheels. And so if you're free up off the corner, you're going to spin the rear wheels a little quicker if you're not careful. So I think that's the reason why we're seeing a lot of these guys right now, especially late exit, they can't get back in the throttle right now.
The 88 currently second quick, back on the track for practice.
And Darrell Waltrip is sitting in Nantucket.
To the center, chattering the right rear tire. The front's getting less and less positive, while the back's still not in the racetrack.
So he's basically saying we still need to work on both ends. But Darrell Waltrip is sitting in Nantucket, at least in the early going, grinning. Because one thing Darrell Waltrip has said all year long, Dale Earnhardt Jr. needs to race more. He needs to run some Nationwide Series races. Maybe even needs to run some NASCAR Camping World Truck Series races. And here right out of the box, I couldn't remember the last time that we saw Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s second practice, even though it's just the beginning of practice.
Pretty impressive. Right now, a guy who might need to work a little bit harder on his setup is the 2 of Kurt Busch. Right, Bob?
That's right, 18th quick for Kurt Busch. Took a big hit last week, dropped to 10th in points after that blown motor. But Kurt Busch experiencing the same thing that Dale Earnhardt Jr. is experiencing right now. He said from the center on off, he just can't get back onto the throttle because the rear end is not hooked up into the racetrack. So Kurt Busch, they made a wedge adjustment and an air pressure adjustment during that little interim before he goes back out into the racetrack right now. But right now, just a little loose off, just like everybody else.
5-time winner here. I mean, he knows how to get around this racetrack, and he's got a good feel of what he needs to have. He expects to go to victory lane tomorrow night. So I'm sure that he and Steve Addington, they'll put their heads together and come up with something to make this number 2 car hooked up.
You know, you think back to the spring race, he qualified second, finished third, led 278 laps. There's no question that was one of the races that it jumped out where the double file restart made a huge difference in the outcome of that race, because Kurt Busch had to restart on the bottom and the outside lane prevailed, no question.
I believe you're going to see the same thing happen here tonight as well as tomorrow night. I mean, even in the Camping World Truck Series, it was that way.
They were choosing the outside line on those restarts. It's pretty warm here in Bristol. Warm enough that Marcus Ambrose wants the...
That's interesting.
He wants the air right on his face. We'll be back.
When you come to CarQuest, you'll find the quality parts you need and the service you deserve, along with the peace of mind that you've come to a place you can trust, where our people are happy to share their expertise to help you get it right. Whether you're a Saturday superstar or one of our many professional customers, when you deal with any of our 3,000 CarQuest stores, you'll discover an experience as exceptional as our products, plus the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. Great products, great prices, and something more at CarQuest Auto Parts.
No one looks at trucks the way GMC engineers do. That's why this year is engineered with variable valve timing, active fuel management, and a 6-speed Hydromatic transmission. It's the only truck that delivers over 300 horsepower and best-in-class fuel economy. When you never compromise, you have nothing to hide. At the GMC Summer Event, get the best of the remaining 2010s and get 0% APR for 72 months, or choose $5,000 cash back on most Sierras.
This isn't going to be just any flu season, and expectant moms are especially at risk for serious flu-related complications. So let's join together and fight the flu. The CDC and American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists recommend that pregnant women get both the H1N1 and seasonal flu vaccines. Flu vaccines are safe and are the most effective way to protect yourself and your baby. Get the facts at flu.gov. Together, we can all fight the flu.
NFL Red Zone, the channel that brings you every touchdown from every game on Sunday afternoons. Watch the most exciting moments like never before, live in HD. Every touchdown from every game. NFL Red Zone. Upgrade to the Comcast Sports Entertainment Package. Go to Comcast.com to get NFL Red Zone today.
At over 50 NASCAR home tracks across North America. Visit NASCARHometracks.com to find a track near you.
Going back to the world's fastest half mile as Sprint Cup practice well underway. The fastest around this half mile, David Gilliland. Dale Earnhardt Jr. still holding on to the second quickest time. Mark Martin, 8th fastest, the number 5. And how about that one of Jamie McMurray? He's 21st quick.
Now these guys have an interesting schedule here. This has kind of become the norm for their Saturday night race 2-day shows. This is a 2-hour practice, and then they'll get about a 45-minute break, and then they'll get 45 additional minutes. Qualify, no more time on the racetrack. It's not an impound. They get to work on their cars, but qualifying will be the last laps they see later on this afternoon up until the race starts.
Jim McMurray, one of the drivers trying to hug the bottom of the racetrack at both ends. Bob Dillner, what are they talking about?
Well, they're going to be busy during that break, actually, because Jamie McMurray, besides being a little bit loose, is really concerned with the throttle and the power down on the racetrack, because he says coming up off the corner, besides being a little bit loose, it's a little bit sluggish. He says the engine does not feel right. And then right about the start-finish line, it feels like it comes on like gangbusters. So Kevin Bono-Mannion has said, hey, in the break, we're going to check it out and see what the issue is. But right now, let's dial in this race car, Wendy.
Jeff Gordon has been dialing in his race car and talking to crew chief Steve Letarte in between coming into the garage area. He's 3rd in this practice session. He said to Steve, I'd like to try some things if you're okay with that. And Steve said, yeah, man, that's why we're here. This is why we have a 2-hour practice session. So Jeff Gordon gave Steve Letarte some ideas that he wanted to try. They implemented those, and Jeff Gordon is just now going back out on the racetrack.
It's amazing to hear the word, I want to try something, coming from a guy who's 5th all-time in laps led at this racetrack.
But Jeff Gordon said this week, yeah, he's won here 5 times. His last win was in August of 2002. Jeff said this week, ever since they redid this racetrack, I have struggled there. And honestly, if you look at the numbers over the last 5 or 6 races, it's not been a good racetrack for him. And what we mean by reconfiguring is basically they lowered the banking a little bit and went to the progressive banking rather than just a straight banking from top to bottom.
It starts at 26 degrees at the bottom of the racetrack, and as you work your way up towards the wall, it gets to 30 degrees. So a little less banking, but more grooves around the racetrack.
And when you say that, you've got to wonder, did they make it easier? I mean, Bristol's still Bristol, but, you know, I think guys like Jeff Gordon, they excelled on the more difficult racetracks. I mean, you make it a little bit easier for a guy
about the same tires. Those are great laps, man. Great laps.
Listen to Steve Letarte right there talking about the lap times that he's running right now. He likes it, but allowing to have multiple grooves, all of a sudden, you know, if the guy's car's off a little bit, they can kind of hunt around a little bit until they find that lane that works for them. So I'm glad that Jeff feels that way, because I think anytime you recognize your problem, you have the ability to get better. And it looks to me like that 24 car is plenty fast. He was gobbling up that 11.
Yeah, he's run about the most laps of anyone. He's run a total of 27 laps. I see Sam Hornish Jr.'s run 30 and Paul Menard has run 28. So Jeff Gordon's 28, 29 laps is about as many as anybody.
Denny Hamlin trying to get back on the roll he had earlier in the season. If he can jump start it here as we wind down before the chase.
And you know, we talked about Denny Hamlin and Joe Gibbs Racing at Michigan. Honestly, that 24 car, when you think about that car, they qualified 36th at Michigan. And without the aid of a lot of cautions, without the aid of a lot of strategy, drove to the top 5 and then cut that tire down, damaged the fender, damaged the quarter panel, and just never could get it back.
We go back. Take a look at the 31 having to check up.
This was right after a restart fairly late in the race. You can see he's got a tire that's flat, and the 31 car, who had a good car as well, had a lot of front end damage and just never could recover from that either.
So it was a difficult day for the 31 team. Burton was trying to have a good finish.
But you know, Rick, I think as Larry was pointing out, I mean, the silver lining for the 24 as well as the 31 is they had really good race cars at that racetrack. And we still have a racetrack that would be coming up later on this year. It's very similar to that when we go to California. So, you know, you got to believe that if you take some of that information that you learned and apply it to California, that could help you. Again, that 24, if he hadn't got beat up like he did, I think he had a car that could have challenged Kevin Harvick.
Still looking for that first win.
Still looking for his first win. Yep.
You know, back to Jeff Gordon, here's an interesting nugget. When we talk short tracks, even though we kind of treat Phoenix and Loudon as a short track, but we're basically talking about Bristol, Martinsville, and Richmond, a track that he combined, Jeff Gordon, has 15 wins at. But his last win on a short track was October of 2005 when he won at Martinsville.
Yeah, we're coming up on 5 years since Jeff Gordon has gotten there.
I wonder if that'll be a NASCAR smarts question.
Reed Sorensen said, no, I don't want that, but I do want air. It's hot here.
Saturday, NASCAR Race Day storms into Thunder Valley. Clint Boyer joins us live, and we'll break down major changes coming in 2011. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot, live from Bristol, Saturday at 5 Eastern.
Only on Speed.
In recent tests, one car was deemed the 2010 best midsize sedan. It wasn't the Ford Fusion. Definitely wasn't the Honda Accord or the Hyundai Sonata. And it wasn't the Subaru, Chevy, or Nissan. It was a 2010 Toyota Camry, touted as best midsize sedan by Motor Trend. Toyota, quality to move you forward.
We just bought our first home.
But it has some stains on the walls.
That's why we choose Kills Primer.
Painting my new fence. Need to block the wood grain from showing through. I choose Kills Primer.
For covering bold colors, I choose Kills.
I never ask a paint to do a primer's job. Priming first gives me better results with fewer top coats. I choose Kills Primer.
Homeowners and pros know that a little prep goes a long way, especially when you're using the #1 primer in the U.S. Kills. It's the perfect start to a great finish.
Imagine if you could keep your engine as close as possible to factory clean. Introducing new Pennzoil Ultra. A revolutionary new synthetic oil that takes clean where it's never been before. Nothing feels like a factory clean engine. And nothing keeps you closer to factory clean than new Pennzoil Ultra motor oil.
If you were going to create the ideal NASCAR driver, how would you begin? How old would they be? How tall?
What color would you make their eyes, their hair, their skin?
Would English be their first language? O su segundo?
How long would their hair be?
The definition of ideal has never been more wide open. The NASCAR Drive for Diversity ensures the only barrier drivers have to cross is the finish line.
Tonight, 11 Eastern, you're going to want to tune in to Trackside. A great lineup. Bruton Smith, Larry Pierce, and Ron Capps will join the boys, and Chris Devoda on Trackside. That's tonight, 11 Eastern.
Hey, something else on Trackside tonight, the final round of Irwin Tools Ultimate Tradesman Challenge.
Are you going to be a part of that?
We're going to be a part of that. Real excited. I mean, again, they're the ones that sponsor the race this weekend. The Irwin Tools night race here at Bristol. Big. I mean, with years past, they've been on the race car, but now they've gotten into sponsorship of the race. And a lot of great things for the fans. So it's going to be a lot of fun tonight on Trackside.
Ryan Newman currently 18th, but he's the track record holder at this place.
I will never forget when he ran that lap back in the spring of 2003, a 14.90.
Under 15
We were all
seconds.
speechless up in the booth when he ran that lap.
You can't do that.
That's not possible.
That's a shortcut.
Check your stopwatch. It must be messed up.
That's pretty much the day that he took on the tagline, the Rocket Man, right there.
Last time we focused on A.J. Allmendinger, he was sideways coming out of turn number 4, but this time he's able to keep it straight and heads back into the garage area.
The term is not quite correct. It's
slideways.
This is Kevin Conway in the 7 car who parted ways with Front Row Motorsports last week before the Michigan race weekend, and here he is driving for Robbie Gordon Motorsports. Robbie Gordon is actually in a second Robbie Gordon Motorsports car, the 07 car that he's brought to the racetrack the last couple of weeks.
Robbie, one of 2 drivers that actually hasn't come out onto the racetrack for this practice session. 47 cars are out there. We've got 49 on the facility. Robbie Gordon won, and Scott Riggs in the 66 have not turned laps here at Bristol. See Joey Logano just in front of Kevin Conway.
You know, we've got a lot of driver changes. You can tell that even though we still had a third of our season to go, that especially the teams outside the top 35 are starting to search around a little bit, trying to find something that can make them a better race team. Germain Motorsports, they just made the announcement that Casey Mears is now in the 13 car. Max Pappas, who ran that race on Wednesday night. More truck races this year, and in a full NASCAR Camping World Truck schedule in 2011 for Max.
They're going international. They're trying to add Miguel Paludo also to their lineup, who's out of Brazil.
He had an outstanding run the other night. He really did. But you know, Larry, I think it's that time of year again. And you know, when you're trying to fix problems, just like we saw this 29 car a year ago, they started getting better over the final races going into the 2010 season. And that kind of change, that kind of improvement has probably been very instrumental in giving this whole organization an opportunity to lead the points to win races. But you got to start now.
Got to have rear grip up off the corner. Front turn's better. Got to have rear grip.
You talk about driver, you guys talked about driver change earlier, and one guy who his name's coming up as maybe not having a ride next year is the driver of the 82, Scott Speed. Maybe he would be out of that car, and they might bring someone else to drive it in there. They're not sure which car Casey Kane will get behind the wheel of, so Scott Speed driving with a little bit more ambition to get up toward the front. Right, Bob?
That's right, and that's why he's 7th quick right now on the speed chart. Interesting listening to Scott Speed around this racetrack. He says the car is pretty reasonable. I haven't heard anybody say the car is reasonable in a really long time. He said maybe a little bit tight in the center. But honestly, the biggest problem for Scott Speed right now, he radioed to his crew chief, Ryan Pemberton, and said, I really got to take a leak. Can I get out of the car right now? And his crew chief very simply said, absolutely not. We're in practice right now. You wait until we make some big-time changes a little bit later on. Wendy?
Tony Stewart out of his race car as the team makes some adjustments. He says it does not plant the right rear. His crew chief, Darian Grubb, instructed him to hop out of the car. Tony Stewart just looking very stoic, waiting for the adjustments to be made as Darian Grubb over his shoulder looks over these notes. Right now, Tony Stewart is 16th in the 42 laps that he has run in this practice session, moving up 4 spots in the points. He's got a lot of momentum on his side as we come into Bristol. As for Kevin Harvick, our points leader, has 1 win at the Bristol Motor Speedway. He is loose in this practice session. He said feels like the front tires were not working for the 29. They've made some adjustments as Kevin Harvick continues to get a better feel for his car. He is P38.
What I just noticed on the left side of your screen, right behind Kevin Harvick's seat, this supports what I was talking about a while ago. You heard Kevin saying, I need rear grip. Right. They're working in the rear of the car. Looks like they're maybe changing the rear springs in this 29 car.
Yeah, we saw him cranking away, and that's not just a minor adjustment you're making. They want to take that spring out and put another one in.
Yeah, they're definitely swapping springs right there. And, you know, we saw this at Michigan. We'll see it a lot more the rest of the season, running these rear sway bar combinations that a lot of these teams are doing now. You have to match up the rear springs with the rear bar in a place like Bristol where you want the car to rotate, where the rear bar helps you do that. At the same time, it can free you up. You may have to soften that rear package and rework it to get the balance like you're looking for.
You know, Rick, it almost seems like no matter who you talk to, what radio show we do, I know Jeff's encountering the same thing. People keep asking, who do we think will make the chase? Honestly, when I look at our top 12 right now, which would include that 33 car we just saw of Clint Boyer, I truly believe that's pretty close to the 12 most consistent best teams in our sport. But we can't anticipate engine failure. Clint Boyer had an engine failure here in the spring race. You never think about engine failures at Bristol. Clint Boyer broke a trailing arm mount at Watkins Glen. That's the things we can't anticipate is flat tires late in the race, blown engines, or when you think about 2 of these last 3 races, before the chase at a short track where you can be coming off turn 4 and very easily get caught up in a wreck down in the middle of 1 and 2.
And to put a exclamation point on what he's talking about, Rick, I think when you look over as far as the point standings are concerned, the column I look at is DNFs. You do not need a DNF. Right now, there are 3 guys that don't have them: Harvick, Edwards, and Matt Kenseth.
Where's he going, you think?
I'll be back in a minute.
Here's to getting a weekend project done in record time. Here's to mapping out a game plan, to precise measurements, and powerful tools that make a lot of noise. Here's to getting your hands dirty and ending up with something you can be proud of. Really proud of. Here's to Joey Logano and that number 20 team. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
If you live for performance, upgrade to Castrol Edge Advanced Synthetic Oil. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1, Castrol Edge, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
Where can you see hundreds of RVs all in one place? At only one event, the RV Super Sale. Prices are slashed on motorhomes, travel trailers, and toy haulers, but only for a limited time. RV Super Sale is at the old Fremont Ford location just off Highway 880 in Newark, August 20th through the 29th. Acres of new and used RVs at unbeatable prices. Make an offer and drive home with the RV of your dreams. At the RV Super Sale, the customer always comes first.
Dad! What? What's up with the internet?
I'll tell you what's up with the internet. I can't get it up to top speed because you're watching 2 HD TVs. I'm running out of bandwidth.
Mom?
Whoa.
What's going on?
I'm all clogged.
What is it?
I
think it's Uverse.
Oh, no. I'm heading towards the light.
Try turning off the TV.
Thank you. Oh, man, that was like trying to squeeze cabbage through a keyhole.
Uverse's old phone wires can't handle what Xfinity can. Visit Xfinity Can to learn more.
The NASCAR experience live. Everything else is just a game.
If you haven't experienced Bristol Motor Speedway, it's definitely a stop that you should make if you are a NASCAR fan. This is one of the greatest facilities in racing and one of the best shows you're ever going to see. Short track racing on a Saturday night, Larry.
You know, we run 36 races a year, and I get excited every single week, whether I'm watching it on television at home or whether I'm at the racetrack doing a broadcast. There's 2 or 3 times, though, I really get up on the chip, and one of them is tomorrow night. It's not dark yet, but the sun is set, and these guys will take the green flag, and it will look like 10 million flashbulbs going off. I mean, it is one of the coolest sights in all of sports. Think about it, 160,000 plus people here.
Dylan Hart Jr. still second quick. Guy a little bit further down the ranks. Bob Dillner, what's happening with the 33 team?
Well, Clint Boyer's still trying to dial in his race car. It's still tight in the center, and basically he and Shane Wilson have been talking about the series of changes that they have made. Shane said, well, tell you what, you want to A-B those changes and go back-to-back so you can feel what it's doing to the race car? He said, Shane, I don't know. I just want the car to turn better in the center of the corner.
You put in there what you think, Shane. I'll just go out there and I'll try to make laps with it. Richard Childress. A lot happening over in Richard Childress over the last couple of weeks. As we talked about it, Michigan, Rick announced that he will go to a 4th team for 2011, bringing over Paul Menard. And then just this week, I think big news for the 29 team. Not a big surprise, but big news that Budweiser will become the primary sponsor for a number of races for that group in 2011.
And how about Kevin Harvick, really, when that announcement was made, and then they go to victory lane in Michigan, and all of a sudden you're looking at this saying, wow, things are really kind of looking up for this team, leading the points. Budweiser, that's a smart move, I would say.
Oh, absolutely, Rick. And the thing is that I think anybody who could take a look at Richard Childress Racing and say that, you know, you've got Kevin Harvick these guys, man, they were getting ready to split a year ago about this time.
Right.
I mean, they were basically at each other's throats. They weren't performing. Kevin was frustrated. A lot of things had to change, and here we are a year later, and they're right on the verge of maybe really contend for a championship. Talk about they made improvements now. He's pretty happy. Made it better.
Best it's
right
been.
Dead center. Just have to wait just a touch too long on it. Sorry, Temple.
But that to me is what hard work and really people sitting down and working through their problems. They produce now a championship contending team. There's Gil Martin, the crew chief on the 29 car. They've got themselves a new sponsor in Anheuser-Busch and the Budweiser brand. So, I mean, this is what hard work and dedication and determination produces for you.
You know, two things has caught my eye about that 29 team this year that I can't say I've really ever seen on a consistent basis. One, they're running good at racetracks that they've always struggled. Pocono, Auto Club Speedway, and most recently Michigan last week. That's not been good racetracks for this race team. But the other thing that's really caught my eye is they make their car better for the end of the race. They at least don't lose what they have at the beginning if the car is good. And that's something that 29 team has struggled with for a number of years.
Wendy Venerini.
You guys covered Kevin Harvick. How about his teammate Jeff Burke, who's ninth in this practice session? He told his crew chief Todd Barrier, look, it's good for going really fast, but I don't believe that's the future of what we want our race car to feel like. So they're going to go back on what they initially had. They're working on the brake ducts right now for Jeff Burke. He feels he needs more rear stability prior to the center and through the center. There's too much rear swing. I'll let you guys talk more about why he needs to settle it down in the rear swing, but that is what they are working on, the 31. Bob Dillner?
Well, over here in the 88 camp for Dale Earnhardt Jr., he may be second quick, but to say that he's unhappy would be an understatement. He just came off the racetrack, and on the radio, he told Lance McGrew and the crew, I am wrecking loose going into the corner. It feels like I'm dragging the left rear tire across the racetrack. You guys need to do something to this race car to make it better because he cannot drive it right now. Dale Earnhardt Jr., this team, not too happy right now. He's going back out on the racetrack after a couple of adjustments.
And that's so hard to hear as far as I would think from a crew chief standpoint, because when you're P2 on the monitor and your driver's telling you can't drive it, at some point in time you say your car's pretty fast.
Well, but the stopwatch is almost backing it up, Rick, because, okay, you almost, right now in this practice, let's block out who's fast and who's slow. Look over there in that column that shows the last lap that they ran. And what I'm seeing is a lot of guys are in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s last racetrack with not a ton more laps than anybody was a 16:56. He was able to cut the fast lap, but he's about a tenth or two off from where he really should be.
Not
race conditions.
You don't want to get suckered into this race in the stopwatch, so you got to look at the appearance of the race car. How does it look on the racetrack? Are you able to get back in the throttle at the right places, the right time? Now that first time out on that lap was a 16:41, which seems to be an improvement. But can you put it together and keep that kind of consistency? And main thing, you see the car bobble right there coming up off the corner. Are you making him happy? Are your changes improving him as far as that's concerned? Undoubtedly, he doesn't like it.
I need to get tighter.
There we go.
Same thing. 10-4.
I mean, and he ran 2 laps and he knew that it was not the right direction. He's coming back to the pit road. And to me, that's what frustrates me as a crew chief. I'd like to be able to see him run 5 or 10 laps so you get a little more feel, but it feels like it's that bad. You got to work on it.
But
Jeff, you said something there I thought was impossible. Make a driver happy.
You got to do it. You got to do it.
Stay with us. More practice here on Speed.
Live free and race. New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
The race for the chase is on for the Sylvania 300 on September 19th at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
See you in September at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
Buy your tickets now.
Live free and race. New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
New Hampshire Motor Speedway. It just doesn't get any better than this.
How's this for a pitch?
So many of your favorite
Subway footlongs
Are just $5.
$5?
Use your head.
That's an all-around deal.
Score big with your favorite Subway $5 footlong sub. From the classic BLT to the Flavorocious Black Forest ham and more.
Your favorites, just the way you want them. Throw on some mustard.
A little salt, a little pepper. Pickles, black olives.
A little bit of mayo.
Maybe a couple jalapenos.
I like a little kick. World champion flavor.
That's right.
Subway, where winners eat.
Where can you see hundreds of RVs all in one place? At only one event, the RV Super Sale. Prices are slashed on motorhomes, travel trailers, and toy haulers, but only for a limited time. RV Super Sale is at the old Fremont Ford location just off Highway 880 in Newark, August 20th through the 29th. Acres of new and used RVs at unbeatable prices. Make an offer and drive home with the RV of your dreams. At the RV Super Sale, the customer always comes first.
There's a good reason people are coming to Bill Brandt Ford in Brentwood for pre-owned vehicles.
My dad said go to Bill Brandt Ford. You'll find the best deal on a pre-owned car there.
The reason I come is most of their pre-owned vehicles are still under warranty and have undergone Bill Brandt Ford's 169-point inspection.
The reason I buy from Bill Brandt Ford is everyone makes me feel great.
What's your reason? Bill Brandt Ford, still family-owned and operated since 1972. Your hometown dealer in Brentwood.
I've never seen him this high early in practice like this.
You look how black it's turning.
I know.
Welcome back, NASCAR Sprint Cup practice continuing here at Bristol Motor Speedway. Talking about the line around this racetrack moving up in the corners a lot earlier than what we would have expected.
Yeah, and I can't believe how black the racetrack is turning. I mean, it's really taken rubber all the way from the top to the bottom of the track. But yeah, I watched Kevin Harvick his last time out, and he was talking about how much better his car was on that run, and he was way up the racetrack.
Yeah, normally you're down there hugging that white line around through 1 and 2, but man, everybody is using the middle to the upper part of the racetrack. And this makes you wonder how far will this top groove go. I mean, again, were you surprised the other night how well the top groove worked in the truck race?
Well, that was a situation where Kyle Busch, we could watch Kyle Busch work his way from the back to the front, and he used every inch of the racetrack. He was up near the wall, he was down at the bottom. Wherever the trucks weren't, that's where he went. And it looks like a lot of guys are trying to feel out where their cars are going to run the best around this racetrack, or where they can maybe hold the most speed. I know we've heard a lot from most of the drivers talking about how loose they are around this racetrack.
Trying to keep that momentum up is very important, but also you've got to get this car hooked up enough to where you can get off the corner. I mean, that's all there is to it. I don't care who you are or what you are. If you can't get back to the throttle here at Bristol, you're going to get beat.
Another one of the puzzle pieces have fallen into place as far as when we're watching Scott Speed. We know Casey Kane's headed there next year. Well, the question was who's going to fill that void at Richard Petty Motorsports next season, and the name that popped up was Marcus Ambrose.
And you know what was interesting? I was watching Race Hub last night, and I was in the motor coach, so I didn't have the ability to go back and listen to it again. But I was quite sure I heard Richard Petty say that Elliott Sadler would not be back at Richard Petty Motorsports in 2011. So over at Richard Petty Motorsports, they keep answering one question but creating another, it seems like. We know that A.J. Allmendinger just signed a contract extension. We know that Marcos Ambrose has signed on, but there's still a lot of questions to be filled over there.
The normal answer man, Chad Knaus, on top of the box. Actually on top of the hauler, taking a look at his driver.
Yeah, there's your NASCAR performance buddy right there.
49.
You know, I watched that race the other day in Michigan, and Larry, I'll be honest with you, the 12 crew really look like they're struggling right now on pit road.
The 48 crew.
Excuse me. Yeah, the 48 crew.
49.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jeff. They're not 100% on their mark there. And the other thing that has been very uncharacteristic of this 48 car, we saw it last week at Michigan. We saw it at Indianapolis at the Brickyard 400. 39. I was talking about the 29 car making their car better. This group seems like they've been losing the handle late in the race. But Wendy, what about their practice so far here?
Well, what we were watching with Chad Knaus is the way he handles his driver right there on that last run. He was consistently faster, about a tenth every lap. And when he starts to slow down, crew chief Chad Knaus says, go ahead and bring it in if you feel like you got a good feel for it. Now, they've made some changes that's helped the second half of the corner, as Jimmy Johnson is just now reporting to Chad Knaus. And his car has been good. Chad Knaus standing on pit wall, as this is a very difficult place to communicate a lot of hand motions motions, a lot of drawing out, and a lot of writing here at Bristol between the 48.
Yeah, I mean, there is no way you can talk to each other. It's hand signals, it's using the radios, it's passing notes, and I know for a fact that this 48 team, that when they're in the garage area, they may not talk that much on the radio. I think Jimmy's talking to Chad right now and vice versa, but they know that pretty much everybody throughout the garage area is scanning everything that you hear.
Yeah, you can monitor the radios of the other teams, so a lot of times you'll see a crew chief duck his head into the car to try to get the information without putting it over the airwaves for everybody to hear. But at a racetrack like this, you just can't do it. It's that loud here.
It's that loud here, and again, you know, with what Larry's saying, everybody's going to be checking you out, because when you're a 4-time defending champion, everybody wants to be like you.
Yeah.
So you feel like, you know, if you can learn anything from Chad and Jimmy's conversation, it may benefit you and lead you in a direction to make your car better. You know, all your guys and somebody else's head kind of combined really makes you a lot smarter.
Hey, what, this is a team here that I won't say they've come to life of late, but it's like a little bit of their bad luck has went away. They had finished in the top 10 2 of the last 3 races. I think it's pretty much a known with this group. They won't make the chase, but I think they like the little bit of momentum that they're building right now with Martin Truex Jr. in the 56 car. They're closing the deal here of late.
And again, his teammate, David Rudiman, in the 00, not here, not on site right now because he is experiencing flu-like symptoms. And so Eric Almirola is behind the wheel of that race car, trying to make sure that they get it ready for racing. Now, we were seeing Chad Knaus earlier. He's your NASCAR performance buddy. When does that air, by the way?
It airs tomorrow at 3:30. We're going to use Jeff Hammond's rotisserie car.
At Exxon and Mobil, we're always working to engineer smart gasoline that helps your engine run more smoothly and leave cleaner emissions. So we started at the molecular level to create gasoline that helps remove deposits and cleans up intake valves. It's just one more way we make gasoline work harder for you. Exxon and Mobil.
No one looks at trucks the way GMC engineers do. That's why this year is engineered with variable valve timing, active fuel management, and a 6-speed hydromatic transmission. It's the only truck that delivers over 300 horsepower and best-in-class fuel economy. When you never compromise, you have nothing to hide. At the GMC Summer Event, get the best of the remaining 2010s and get 0% APR for 72 months, or choose $5,000 cash back on most Sierras.
There's no way to hide it. If you drive drunk, we will find you. Cops everywhere are stepping up enforcement and cracking down like never before.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
Sir, have you been drinking this evening?
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
Make no mistake, you will get caught and you will be arrested. Over the limit, under arrest.
I want a home run. He wants an out. Only one of us will win. So I do everything I can to make sure it's me.
Winning takes intense preparation. Start with Wheaties Fuel, a bold honey cinnamon crunch cereal with complex carbs and B vitamins.
Wheaties Fuel, prepare to win.
Speed's coverage of NASCAR Sprint Cup practice from Bristol is brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Sun shining down on this half-mile racetrack, and things are heating up on the racetrack with guys trying to keep the back ends from sliding out behind them. Kevin Harvick, our point leader, locked into the chase, about to go back out on the racetrack. Wendy Venerini.
Kevin Harvick said he still needs to roll the center a little bit better, but these changes are helping him. But now let me really tell you what's been happening on the radio with the 29. Besides that, it's all been fun and games in this practice session. I swear, when you listen to them, they're talking about President Obama, they're talking about golfing, they're talking about Budweiser beer, which earlier this week that announcement was made at RCR that Budweiser will be with Kevin Harvick. They even had the Clydesdales in the shop. I was there interviewing Kevin Harvick on Tuesday, and he said, we feel like we're on vacation these last few races. We're just out here having fun, trying to get wins, and then it's back to business before the chase starts. And hey guys, that Clydesdale, one of them even got carried in the freight elevator at RCR. Let's head over to Bob.
Oh, Wendy, over here in Greg Biffle's pit, they've been talking about how good this race car is, honestly. It's a little bit loose like so many people out there, but right now he's 6th quick on the chart, and he likes his race car a lot. They're not going to make many changes to it. Go out and do a couple more laps, do some minor changes on some bump stop packages, but that's about it for Greg Biffle. Sits 11th in points, but he is always good at this racetrack. And you know what, guys? Doesn't Greg Biffle always like a loose race car?
Ever since I've known him. But Rick, you and Larry both kind of like raised eyebrows when Wendy said, yeah, they put a Clydesdale on the freight elevator at RCR last week whenever they made their Budweiser announcement and moved it up to the, I guess you would call it the banquet room area up there at RCR.
That's a huge horse. Clydesdales are enormous. And they put that on a freight elevator.
1,900 pounds was the smallest Clydesdale there that day.
I was thinking height. I mean, I understand that a freight elevator is going to be able to move a race car, but how about a Clydesdale is taller than
I you know a lot about height.
Hey, I just want to know, if you're the guy leading the horse and you bring him inside the elevator and the door closes behind you and he decides he wants to get out, where do you go?
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Undoubtedly, they're very well trained.
Yeah, I'd actually want to be the guy leading the horse and not the one following behind the horse.
No.
Greg Biffle 7th quick. We saw A.J. Allmendinger jump up into the 4th spot. He ran a 16.090 lap on his 31st time around this racetrack. We were talking about counting laps. How about our defending champion of the series, Jimmy Johnson, has 71 laps already around this track.
I was just looking at that, Rick, and you know, being a little past halfway of this first practice, as I mentioned, you're going to get a 45-minute break, and then you'll get a 45-minute final practice session. I think that practice session is when we'll really see guys start to ramp it up and think about qualifying. We talked about this during Nationwide Series practice. If there's a racetrack we go to, even though it's for 500 laps, qualifying is so important. Jeff talked about pit selection, but if you look at the numbers, 22 of the 99 races we've run here has been won from the pole, and 34, basically a third of the races, from the front row. There's no question qualifying here, because when you qualify up front, you can almost dictate your pace to some degree. When you start in the back of the field, you're starting to overwork your equipment from the drop of the green flag.
And this is a rhythm racetrack. I mean, you know how guys have to get into a rhythm. Like we were listening earlier, they get past half the start-finish line and they'll get out of the gas. And if you've got somebody that you're dealing with that maybe gets out of the gas earlier, or you're trying to get in harder, you're completely out of rhythm. So yeah, starting up front's big.
Definitely out of rhythm right there. And you'll have a tendency to overwork your brakes. There's a lot of little things, intangibles, because of starting deep in the field that can get, worn out early, and can keep the car upset handling-wise too. So you wind up chasing the chassis setup. We'll take a look at Darian Grubb riding along with Tony Stewart, the 14 car. Right now Stewart's 17th quickest, and Larry, you mentioned the height situation about Rick being so tall and that horse, the Clydesdale, 68 to 72 inches high at the shoulder, which equals to about 17 to 18 hands.
At the shoulder.
At the shoulder. Yeah. At the shoulder.
Yeah. So we're talking 6 feet at the shoulder of the horse.
Yeah.
And there's still more to go.
And there's still a lot more to go. They actually have a pretty long neck.
I think I conclude what Mr. Hammond said. Must have been a big elevator.
That was a big, big elevator.
Got a little bit of a red flag situation here.
Yeah, we got a screwdriver on the racetrack. I'm pretty sure that was not the adjustment that they were trying to make.
Don't be throwing things on the racetrack.
This is the reason I tell my guys, do not mark our tools with our car number.
I'm Jimmy Johnson, and you're watching Speed.
Only one episode left until the season finale.
Boom!
Rescue Me, all new, Tuesday at 10, only on FX.
If you've dreamed of going camping, now is the time to head to Camping World RV. Coleman, America's leader in outdoor products, introduces a brand new line of affordable travel trailers now available at Camping World. Starting at less than $14,000, Coleman RVs include amenities typically charged as an upgrade. Visit Camping World RV Sales and check out all the spacious floor plans. And for a limited time, ask for the Race Fan Special and receive a Coleman gift pack with any new Coleman RV purchase. Call 1-866-RV-DEALER for a location near you or log on to campingworldrv.com.
Imagine if you could keep your engine as close as possible to factory clean. Introducing new Pennzoil Ultra, a revolutionary new synthetic oil that takes clean where it's never been before. Nothing feels like a factory clean engine, and nothing keeps you closer to factory clean than new Pennzoil Ultra motor oil. Try Pennzoil Ultra right now at participating AutoZone stores nationwide.
When you come to CarQuest, you'll find the quality parts you need and the service you deserve, along with the peace of mind that you've come to a place you can trust, where our people are happy to share their expertise to help you get it right. Whether you're a Saturday superstar or one of our many professional customers, when you deal with any of our 3,000 CarQuest stores, you'll discover an experience as exceptional as our products, plus the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. Great products, great prices, and something more at CarQuest Auto Parts.
Colin Brown's on the pole.
Colin Brown drives the number 16. 2 poles and only 7 starts. Was a surprisingly low water bill.
Is that his mail?
The NASCAR Nationwide Series. Get into it.
On this day before my daughter's wedding, I'd like to propose a toast to Steve Wallace, a rising star who has 16 top 10 finishes in the NASCAR Nationwide Series.
Sit down, Dad.
The NASCAR Nationwide Series. Get into it.
Welcome back. Sprint Cup practice continuing here from Bristol Motor Speedway. Scott Speed out on the racetrack now. We go back trackside to Bob Dillner.
Well, David Rudiman, who is sick with flu-like conditions, has made his appearance down here. Basically, he's got the water in hand, drinking plenty of fluids down here. He just put the hat on his head, too, because it's really bright sun conditions here. But I spoke to David, and he told me, I feel like junk. He said, my stomach is killing me. So he said, do you want to do an interview? And I said, honestly, I really don't feel like putting my mic near your mouth right now because I don't want to get what you got. But right now, we got a caution on the racetrack, guys.
Well, that's uncomfortable to be anywhere when you're not feeling well. We've got a caution out because of debris on the front stretch.
Trying to figure out what that is.
I was going to say a spring, but it's too small to be a spring.
Yeah, that's definitely not a spring. It looks like part of a hose or something.
Well, that's what I thought initially, too, but I'm not too sure about that even, Larry.
Scott Riggs in the 66.
But it could be.
Made it onto the racetrack, so that means all the cars, I think it is part of a hose that's gotten torn up. All the cars have been on the racetrack for practice. Again, 49 are here trying to take over the 43 spots. Steve Leclerc going down to talk to his driver.
You ready? Green flag, green.
We just bought our first home.
But it has some stains on the walls.
That's why we choose Kills Primer.
Painting my new fence. Need to block the wood grain from showing through. I choose Kills Primer.
For covering bold colors, I choose Kills.
I never ask a paint to do a primer's job. Priming first gives me better results with fewer top coats. I choose Kills Primer.
Homeowners and pros know that a little prep goes a long way, especially when you're using the #1 primer in the U.S. Kills. It's the perfect start to a great finish.
Where can you see hundreds of RVs all in one place? At only one event, the RV Super Sale. Prices are slashed on motorhomes, travel trailers, and toy haulers, but only for a limited time. RV Super Sale is at the old Fremont Ford location just off Highway 880 in Newark, August 20th through the 29th. Acres of new and used RVs at unbeatable prices. Make an offer and drive home with the RV of your dreams. At the RV Super Sale, the customer always comes first.
NFL Red Zone, the channel that brings you every touchdown from every game on Sunday afternoons. Watch the most exciting moments like never before, live in HD. Every touchdown from every game. NFL Red Zone. Upgrade to the Comcast Sports Entertainment Package. Go to Comcast.com to get NFL Red Zone today.
Welcome back. Car still stopped on the racetrack. They're cleaning up the debris that was on the front stretch. While they're doing that, Sprint brings you an inside look at what is happening now inside the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. David Gilliland, 15.948, fastest of this first practice. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile at sprint.com/speed. Bob Dillner.
Well, Rick, I got brave, and I grabbed a hold of David Rudiman to talk to him a little bit here. David, first of all, how you feeling? What's the game plan for today for you?
I'm doing okay now. We're just Eric's been helping us out a lot, running some laps, and I got to the point now where I think I can get in. So he's going to make a couple more laps, and I'll get in and try to finish out this practice.
By the way, guys, don't worry about me. I'm safe. I got some disinfectant here for the microphone.
Well, Bob, we weren't worried about you, but that was nice of you to say.
Where's the love up here?
You know,
come on, Rick.
You know what surprises me is if you were a team, and I guess David Rudiman has won already, so it's not that big of a deal, but if you were a team who wanted to maybe get an idea of what was going on over at Hendrick Motorsports, wouldn't you call on Eric Almirola and say, hey, why don't you come on over here and drive my car? How does it drive compared to Jimmy Johnson's car? How does it drive compared to Jeff Gordon's car? I mean, he's been in both of those already this year.
Well, the thing is, Rick, we had a great idea, but there's a lot of times it gets a little bit
territorial?
A little territorial. I'm getting ready to say, you know, when you go in and tell a guy you need to get out, I'm going to put Eric Almirola in your car because I want to check out how my stuff compares to Hendrick. And, you know, I want to get some feedback from him rather than from you. It sometimes doesn't work real well.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, he's actually pretty decent in this 00 car. Right now, he's 26 quickest. He's run a total of 40 laps. The biggest thing I think the 00 team is trying to figure out is what has happened to us since we won that race at Chicagoland Speedway last month. They have not had a top 15 finish since they won that race back in mid-July.
Here's the guy on the outside looking in, Martin, 13th in points. He needs a good finish here.
Speaking of what happened to this guy since last year. I mean, a year ago, Martin was in a position to win a championship, and how many races did he win? I mean, these guys are on fire, and this year here, it just like say all of a sudden they've really struggled, and you know, basically it's the same team from a year ago. It's almost like with the losing of the wing, adapting to the rear spoiler, whatever. They've really been searching, trying to find some consistency. And definitely they haven't been as fast as they used to be. I mean, one time when you unload that 5-car, he kind of set the tempo for practice sessions and possibly sitting on the pole.
Every week when the track opened for practice, he set the mark early.
Well, and the other thing is when Rick Hendrick came out and said, well, Joe Gibbs Racing and Roush Fenway Racing and everybody else, RCR, has caught up to us and have passed us. Everybody was like, well, no way. There's no way that's possible. But performance on the racetrack is really backing up what he's talking about. And Mark Martin, another one trying to find it here at Bristol Motor Speedway. Bob Dillner.
Guys, just to add to that conversation, I had a conversation last week with Mark Martin, and what he told me is the difference between last year and this year is the amount of Goodyear tire tests that he actually conducted. Last year, they did a bunch, and they came out like gangbusters. This year, not so many for Mark Martin. He thinks that's the secret last year for them running very well. But right now on the racetrack, he's moved up to 9th quick, but at the same time, still a little bit of a tight condition in the center of the corner for that 5-car.
At this time a year ago, Mark Martin had 4 wins. And Rick, the only thing I will say to kind of like counter what you're saying, Jimmy Johnson's got 5 wins this year. Jeff Gordon is second in points. Where is Mark Martin? Same company, same organization. I mean, you know, even Jimmy Johnson with those 5 wins, I know he's not been as dominant as he has been in the past, but he's still 5th in the points. So, you know, I'm just kind of wondering, all of them come from the same organization.
And you know, I was really anxious last week, Rick. I think Mark, even though he is a veteran, I love Mark Martin to death, he's very easily distracted from things that are around him. And I was anxious to see how he was going to run at Michigan coming on the heels of that announcement that Casey Kane was going to drive for Red Bull in 2011. I'm not sure we ever got the measuring stick because, as we pointed out early, he hit the turn 4 wall on lap 3. We never knew where they were going to be last week.
Yes, for so many weeks, Mark Martin has been asked, are you coming back in 2011? Because you know that they're trying to make space for Casey Kane, but are you coming back? And he every time that question was asked, said, I am on contract through 2011 to be at Hendrick Motorsports.
Yeah, everybody kept kind of pushing him out of the car, and I think it was really distracting him as we're trying to see David Rudiman get back into the 00 to see what they've got.
And Buzzy's saying, if you don't want to do it, I have my helmet. What happened to that bug?
A lot has changed over the years in how you make a vehicle go fast. But one thing hasn't changed: Sunoco's proven performance. Today, we continue to focus on quality and performance and are proud to fuel champions in just about anything that races. Sunoco, the official fuel of NASCAR, Grand Am, AMA Pro Road Racing, the World Challenge Series, and fuel provider to 40 other racing series. Fueling victories every week, every race, every win.
If you live for performance, upgrade to Castrol Edge Advanced Synthetic Oil. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1, Castrol Edge, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
So your seat good? Get the mirrors all adjusted, you can see everything okay? Just stay off the freeways, all right? I don't want you going out on those yet. Just leave your phone in your purse, I don't want you texting.
Daddy, okay?
Okay, there you go. Be careful.
Thanks, Dad.
Call me, but not while you're driving. We knew this day was coming. That's why we bought a Subaru.
Most people would probably agree that the General is not your average insurance company, especially when it comes to saving you money on your auto insurance. And we're willing to go to just about any length to prove it, starting with a super fast online quote. You'll get a low rate, a low monthly payment, and a down payment as low as $59. At the General, average is just not our style.
For the best car insurance rates online, go to the General and save some time.
Trucks are back for Friday night racing from Chicagoland. Next week, Todd Bodine has the points lead. He'll have to falter if he can allow Eric Almirola to challenge him for the championship in 2010. That's next Friday, the next edition of the Camping World Truck Series.
You know, we've talked a lot about some changes for the 2011 Sprint Cup Series schedule. How about the Truck Series schedule? Is there a lot of changes on it, Rick?
Well, early on, yes. The first race is obviously at Daytona with the Nationwide and the Cup Series. And then the very next race, we go out to Phoenix with the Cup Series as well. So that's a change for us. We've never gone out to Phoenix until the end of the season, and now that race goes away. So we've got a little break before we find out who our champion will be in 2011. Wendy Venerini.
Talking to crew chief Todd Barrier just now, getting more feedback on the problems with the 31. Jeff Burton on that last run said, I don't know, something's broke, something's wrong, something's changed. Todd Barrier brought the car in right away. According to Jeff Burton, he couldn't really tell what it was. They put it back up on jack stands, and they did leave something off the race car from the prior run. And Todd Barrier, they're all in good spirits here, but there was a mistake made with the shims on the race car, so they put them back on the wrong side, according to Todd Barrier. So they're getting that switched around. Jeff Burton just climbed back in the race car. They'll be out, but Jeff Burton definitely knew something was wrong, guys.
In this place, we talked about how frustrating it can be when you're out there on the racetrack and things are not going well. You can absolutely not hear yourself think in that garage area. It's really not a garage area. You're working basically right out there on pit road. It's hot. You're trying to yell at each other, scream at each other. It'll test your patience to the fullest.
David Rudiman on the racetrack, and right away, Rudiman trying to improve upon what Eric Almirola was able to do with that race car. Bob Dillner.
Well,
Rick, Eric Almirola is actually on top of the rig watching the double O and David Rudiman around this racetrack right now. The big thing I was wondering was how much of a difference in that cockpit was going from one driver to the other. And I spoke to the team and they told me because of their height and their stature and their slimness, not much. A little bit on the headrest they needed to make an adjustment. And honestly, the biggest thing was a change in the steering wheel. Eric Almirola likes one style of wheel and David Rudiman likes the other. So that's really a very simple change for this team.
Bob, the biggest thing I'm seeing, they must like similar driving styles, the way the car's driving, because David Rudiman's first 4 laps was a 16:44, a 41, a 33, and that lap was a 35. Eric Almirola's fastest lap in the car, 16:23, so pretty close on time.
Very consistent right there by David Rudiman in that double zero.
They'll come off the racetrack, they'll make some adjustments to that race car.
Yeah, he says, okay, I'm done.
Yeah,
it's good.
Free getting in. When it lands, it doesn't have a prayer turning. Then you got quite a bit of wheel to it. You go back to the gas. A little bit loose on that initial deal there, but if you made it rotate to center better, that back to the throttle, I don't think would be an issue.
And the reason he's saying that is he's got the wheels turned and the car's not turning. And then he keeps turning the wheel more, then finally those front wheels bite, and it's like, uh-oh, I've got it turned too much, and the back end snaps. That's the reason at a place like Bristol, nobody knows this better than Jeff with the success he had here, you work on what the car is doing first. That's what you work on first. Work on the middle, you may actually calm or actually make that exit a lot better.
Once you get that thing rotating, then you'll be able to get back that throttle. We keep talking about the drive off here at Bristol, how important it is. If they're able to address that, it should make it better for not only David Rudiman, but also for Eric Almirola.
He used the word when the car lands. Is he talking about when it's loaded up in the center of the turn?
Yeah, basically, because when you go off in the corner here, it's not like it is at Dover, but you have a sensation of the car almost settling down the middle of the corner right there. So once it kind of like, you know, you'll see the car kind of rock back and the front nose skirt get higher. But once it goes in that corner and the front end lands, that's when you really are thinking about, okay, what's it going to do? Is it going to turn like I want it to? And then can I get back to the throttle? You heard maybe Tony Stewart talking earlier about how he felt waiting on the right rear to hook up. Same kind of principle. Front end lands, car starts to rotate, you feel it transfer to the rear tires, then you pick the throttle up.
So David Rudiman in the double zero now, trying to get a feel for that race car. The guy who's been practicing it since the start of practice is Eric Almirola. He's with Bob.
And Rick, we've heard David Rudiman talk about how the car didn't have a prayer as far as turning in the center. Eric, did you feel the same thing?
Yeah, we've been struggling a little bit with the car today. It's a little bit free in, and it just doesn't turn the middle the way we need it to, or the way they need it to. So they're working on it. Rodney Childers is really good at what he does, and they're working hard to try and make it turn the middle a little bit better. They just got to be careful every time you make it turn the center a little bit better, you get looser in. So there's a fine line there trying to get a balance on that. But all in all, it's pretty decent, I think.
Here's what I want to know, and the boys in the booth were talking about this. You've driven a couple of Hendrick cars, driven this car, driven a bunch of cars. What do you think about all the race cars and their differences?
They got nice stuff. They got really nice stuff. Rodney Childers, all the guys that Michael Waltrip races. I was surprised how nice their race cars are. And it drives really well. It's really comfortable. So I think they have nicer stuff than people probably give them credit for.
Eric Almirola's got a bunch of new race suits, but this one is not a new one. This is actually one of David Rudiman's.
I was wondering what the name would be on that driver's suit.
He has quite the collection of driver's suits from 2010.
He sure does.
But, you know, I think, to me, the vote of confidence that this young man is getting recently, driving at backup for Jeff Gordon, backup for Jimmy Johnson, being announced going into Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s ride for next year, and then, you know, getting the last-minute call, hey, stick around up here, my driver's sick, I want you to get the double-zero car. To me, that tells me that a lot of people recognize this young man's talent and his ability to give good feedback.
Rick, did you know a praying mantis can see something from 60 feet away move?
We've got a praying mantis 4 feet away from us.
Tonight, we're there for the battle in Bristol. And Thunder Valley will be rocking with the biggest party in NASCAR. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside tonight at 11 Eastern.
Only on Speed. In recent tests, one car was deemed the 2010 best midsize sedan. It wasn't the Ford Fusion. Definitely wasn't the Honda Accord or the Hyundai Sonata. And it wasn't the Subaru, Chevy, or Nissan. It was a 2010 Toyota Camry, touted as best midsize sedan by Motor Trend. Toyota, quality to move you forward.
There's no way to hide it. If you drive drunk, we will find you. Cops everywhere are stepping up enforcement and cracking down like never before.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight? Sir, have you been drinking this evening? Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
Make no mistake, you will get caught and you will be arrested. Over the limit, under arrest.
See this? Nobody else has what this paint's got, and that's a #1 rating. It's a paint and primer in one, so it goes on bold and looks even better. It means getting more done in half the time, and it means the shade you see on that swatch ends up on that wall, and is as durable as it is colorful. You know where to find it. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Try it for yourself. Get your own 8-ounce sample of the #1 rated Behr paint. Now just $2.94.
Welcome back to Thunder Valley. Sprint Cup practice continuing. 13 of Max Pappas on the racetrack. Max was running in the truck race on Wednesday.
I believe it's actually Casey Mears.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Casey Mears.
It's confusing us too.
Yeah. We were talking about driver changes and the
See, now you're
musical chairs.
You've been updated with the update. Casey Mears is in the 13 now.
Yes.
Because originally I think it was scheduled to all start at Atlanta, but I think they accelerated it by a race, and they're actually doing it here at Bristol.
You know, you threw me a little bit for a loop with the praying mantis comment, and I was trying to figure out what you were talking about.
Well, Larry Mack had a Michael Waltrip moment. That's all I can say.
He wanted to throw us off.
I just want to make you feel at home, Rick.
We thought we had the best seat in the house, but no. That's right in front of Jeff Hammond right there.
And just one more nugget about a praying mantis. It's the only insect that can turn their head a full 180 degrees.
Well, that's something that we all needed to know.
Your life is complete now.
Yes. You can learn so many things when you tune into speed, especially when you're watching Sprint Cup practice.
Yeah, this is not Nat Geo or anything like that. This is speed.
I actually thought that you were going to give us some weather trivia or something about meteorology.
I don't even want to tell you what our producer Mark Smith just told me.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I guess after praying mantis's mate,
that's enough. That's enough.
The
right
female basically destroys the male.
Remember, this is a family show,
and that's any different than real life.
And if you wanted to know, mating season is typically in the autumn.
So there you have it.
We've given you everything you would ever want to know.
There's another one. What is that?
Well,
it's not a praying mantis.
We've got bugs on a few cameras. The best seat in the house.
Wendy, help us, please.
I don't know how to save you from that conversation. Right now, Carl Edwards is trying to get more speed out of his race car. He's 38th in this practice session. They didn't put down a super fast lap to begin with, but they have been consistent. The crew chief Bob Osborne made a left front bump stop change. I'll get the words out here right now. It made him feel laterally loose in the corner. I'll let you boys explain that. It rotates the right front. It feels good in the center. They're continuing to make some adjustments. But Carl Edwards spent quite a bit of time out of his race car. And you look at the laps, he only's run 39 laps, which is a little bit less than some of the other guys. Carl Edwards was on the radio talking to his teammates for a majority of this practice session.
Jeff, it almost sounds like when that car lands and gets over on that right front, that the back end is just skating out on it.
Yeah.
Gives him that loose feel.
And the thing is, that about this practice session is it's not the only one. I mean, they can kind of like be a little more methodical, realizing that Carl's running a lot of laps in the Nationwide Series. It's not like he needs seat time right at the moment. So sometimes stepping back from what's going on and looking at maybe some notes, telltale signs that the car is, telling you from not only from pictures, but from also measurements and some of the things that are going on, could maybe help you get there. Sometimes you can get so confused when you start throwing things at it so fast. Oh, just slow down. Let's see where we are, take some measurements, weigh the car. Let's try to figure out what's happening.
This is Marcus Ambrose right now in this 47 car. He is 30th quickest. He's run a total of 60 laps. This has actually been a good racetrack for Marcus Ambrose. He finished 3rd here a year ago. In the spring race last year, finished 10th and ran a huge part of that race down a cylinder.
And surprising on the scoring charts, currently 3rd is Dale Earnhardt Jr. The guy who bumped him down to 3rd is Robbie Gordon in the 07.
Don't want to take anything away from Robbie Gordon's lap, but what you have to remember is that 07 has one race today, and that's to make this race. So that's a full-blown qualifying run. Again, I don't want to take anything away from that lap. That's a great lap, but I think obviously we get to that next practice, Rick, and these guys really start working on qualifying, you're going to see a different looking practice sheet.
Bob Dillner.
The entry still the same.
We're actually down here in this part of the garage area where all these cars that are go or go home cars are parked. We got a good field of cars here, and you see the Speed Factory TV car here for Robbie Gordon. I just talked to Robbie, and he said the car is perfect, very neutral, not tight, not loose at all. He likes his race car. Obviously, he's one of those guys trying to make the field by time, but right now, Robbie Gordon said in the brief instant that he was on the racetrack, very, very good.
Now, the one encouraging thing about that lap is I think even since this practice started about an hour and a half ago, it has gained a lot of temperature, which means it's lost some grip.
Joey Logano on the racetrack now in his Home Depot Toyota.
And we keep talking about guys focusing in on race setup versus qualifying setup. We mentioned David Gilliland, the 38 car being the fastest, followed by Robbie Gordon. And when you come down through there, Larry, you know, there's a pretty impressive group that's here this week that's having some pretty solid runs, like Joe Nemechek and Michael McDowell, Todd Bodine, J.J. Yaley. But the one I'm kind of keeping my eye on has got to be Jeff Green driving for that Morgan McClure group, you know, from here by Aberdeen, Tennessee, or Aberdeen, Virginia. I mean, they're basically, this is a home racetrack for them. We haven't seen them run any races. This is their first race, I think, of the season, isn't it?
Yes, they have not. The Morgan McClure group has not been at the racetrack since they were here 1 year ago with Scott Wimmer and actually qualified for that race. Yeah, we've actually had all 49 cars on the track, and just looking at the slowest 6 of those go-homers, it would be Brian Keselowski, Dave Blaney, Mike Bliss, Kevin LePage, Casey Mears, because Bobby Labonte's back there with a past champion.
Stay with us. More practice here on Speed.
I know what they did to your family.
When a man has nothing to lose, prepare for a fight like nothing you have ever seen. Robert Rodriguez presents Danny Trejo, Steven Seagal, Michelle Rodriguez with Jessica Alba and Robert De Niro.
Want me to help you kill all these men?
Yes, Padre.
I'll see what I can do.
Machete. Rated R. September 3rd.
At Polaris, we designed a trail-dominating legend, the Sportsman XP, to lead a new team of smooth-riding trail runners. We made a versatile, powerful, mid-size Ranger, launching a new group of value-minded workhorses. And we made the ultimate hunting vehicle, the Ranger XP, even better, heading up a new team of hard-working hunting machines. From the #1 maker of ATVs and side-by-sides, Polaris, hardest working, smoothest riding.
We could really go for some shrimp. Who's cooking shrimp tonight?
Yeah, like jumbo fried shrimp, shrimp scampi, coconut shrimp, all an endless dinner buffet.
And all for around $10.
Bon voyage. No other place can touch Golden Corral's oceans of shrimp. It's big, extra crispy, panko breaded shrimp, buttery shrimp scampi, jumbo fried shrimp, and more. It's all part of our endless dinner buffet, all for around $10.
$10? I'm hooked.
Golden Corral, help yourself to happiness.
If you were going to create the ideal NASCAR driver, how would you begin? How old would they be? How tall?
What color would you make their eyes, their hair, their skin?
Would English be their first language? O su segundo?
How long would their hair be?
The definition of ideal has never been more wide open. The NASCAR Drive for Diversity ensures the only barrier drivers have to cross is the finish line.
Primetime Wednesdays on Speed is a can't miss. All new episode of the original stunt riding series, Stealth Rider, at 8 o'clock. Then at 10, it's intersections. Get pushed to the limit. Get your racing fix in on Wednesday. That starts at 8 Eastern on Speed. So we ride along with the Rocket, Ryan Newman. 21st quick in his first practice. Guy up on top of the charts. We talked about the go or go homers. David Gilliland and Robbie Gordon, two guys that will have to qualify on speed. Oh, and around goes A.J. Allmendinger. That's the second time we've seen that.
Yeah, this is on the front stretch coming off turn 4, I think, this time.
Yeah, it is.
He spun 20 minutes into our first practice, or this practice, excuse me, at the beginning of this practice, and now again he goes around.
And he's so far down the front straightaway, Larry, it's almost like he must have gotten loose and chased it and then finally lost the handle on it.
There were other cars around him, too. I don't know if we had any contact, but let's take a look.
You could see that. You could see that thing get that huge wiggle right in the middle of turn 4, and then just broke loose. Very similar to what happened to him on the other side of the racetrack earlier.
But he is getting lucky because he got a piece of that outside wall. I don't know how much damage he did to the right rear of that car, but he did get a piece of it.
But it's rare that you see a little bit of damage. It's rare you'll spin twice at Bristol and have that little bit of damage.
Yeah. This is one of those racetracks they call a self-cleaning. The banks are so high that they just push you down, sometimes into the inside wall, but this is a situation where just minor damage for the 43.
I believe they can probably repair that, because a lot of times, especially with this new rear spoiler, if you catch much of the outside wall on the right side, it'll have a tendency to knock the whole rear quarter panel off the car. I mean, just knock the whole body alignment off. Here he comes up off of turn 2. This is the earlier spin today as he went sliding by the 2 car of Kurt Busch and Jeff Burton.
Kurt Busch had an interesting view of that one. This is the most recent coming off of 4.
Just seemed like it had a lot more wiggle right initially before it got loose.
I'm just wondering if he caught that apron right there on late exit right there, Larry, when he got down and almost like unloaded the car and make it snap around.
I see a little bit of damage on that rear spoiler, but you're right, Jeff. That's been one of the things that's happened. And of course, Bristol, when we were here in the spring, was the last time that we actually raced the wing. The next race after that at Martinsville. But I would say they'll try to work on that, won't they, Bob? Looks like maybe Bob's down there working on it.
No, I'm not working on it, but Robbie Loomis, you can see right there, checking out the race car. They're going to try to fix this car, obviously, because minimal damage. I say minimal, like you guys said, for hitting the wall here at Bristol. But A.J. Allmendinger, not one to sugarcoat things. He basically came on the radio and said, guys, we are working hard, but this thing sucks. And the funny thing is, right now he's 5th on the speed chart, so he's got the initial speed, but he doesn't have the overall consistency. And take a look. That says it all. The look on A.J. Allmendinger's face.
Yeah, they've really not made headway with this race car in an hour and a half, but I see a lot of cars in the same boat. They can't get their cars tightened up on the exit of the corner.
I don't know about you, Larry. I have seen the face of a lot of drivers when they're frustrated. That's a frustrated race car driver right there.
Yes, it is. If I was him, I believe I'd do exactly what he's doing right there. Is just go over to the trailer and regroup.
Yeah, and how frustrated. He actually climbed out and looked at the back of the car, and when he saw the damage to the right rear, it got worse.
Well, the good thing about it is he's made 2 great saves keeping the car off the wall with no more damage than what he's got, Rick. I mean, we've seen a lot of guys, car get away from him like that, and they'll back it in that outside wall, and you're going to have to go to a backup. So as bad as it is, there is a little bit of a silver lining here.
Jack Roush is on hand watching his drivers here at Bristol. We welcome him back to the racetrack. He was back at Michigan earlier this year. And also, you know, Greg Biffle is the only Roush driver, and we've got a caution out once again, the only Roush driver that hasn't won at Bristol.
And he's the only Roush Fenway driver that's won a race in 2010.
Yes,
so,
that's right.
But, you know, I was looking at some of the history. There's Jack Roush there. Of the chase. This is the 7th year of the chase format, and Roush Fenway is trying to get 3 or more of their cars into the chase for the 4th time. You go back a few years ago, he had 5 cars in the chase, all 5 of them.
Yeah.
In court last year.
Is your name on that tape measure, Larry?
No, sir. You do not mark your tools. You don't mark tape measures. You don't do it. That guy's going to have a heck of a collection of tools when his practice is over, though.
Screwdriver, tape measure. He'll be able to make adjustments.
Is that something you were bad about, leaving tools on your race car?
No.
Saturday, NASCAR Race Day storms into Thunder Valley. Clint Boyer joins us live, and we'll break down major changes coming in 2011. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot, live from Bristol, Saturday at 5 Eastern.
Only on Speed.
A day in the life of Aaron spokesman Michael Waltrip.
Good morning, Mr. Waltrip.
Morning. Could you move my 2 to 2:30 and hold all calls from DW?
Sure thing.
What is sports saying about me? Morning, Dave.
Morning.
What's happening at shopaarons.com?
Aaron's has name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers at the guaranteed low price. Flexible payment plans and no credit checks. Nobody beats Aaron's.
Autograph should have style like this. Oh, good, Lucky. Whoa, Dave.
On your next business trip, pack your Marriott Rewards Visa card. Get triple points every time you use your card at Marriott. Apply now and earn 22,500 bonus points when you use your card and enjoy a free night's stay. So before you know it, work time becomes well-deserved downtime. Apply now at Marriott.com/free night stay. You've got staying power.
I always watch TV shows, Wildtech commercials would come up, want to work on cars. This is the best way to do it. Preparing you for the outside world, the best way to do it is stick you in a whole garage. They teach you about the computers to build engines. They get in there with you, just rip them open. I take pride in just knowing that it came in with a problem and that problem's fixed when it leaves. Working on cars is what I like doing, so it's not even like a job to me. My name's David, and my school is Wildtech.
Get on the fast track to a career. Turn pro at Wildtech. 1-800-977-1282.
Hi, I'm Mark Curry. Join me for the 10th Anniversary Art and Soul Festival, showcasing Oakland's musical greats. Tony, In Vogue, MC Hammer, Pete Escovedo, Kate, and surprise guests. We're going to eat, dance, and groove at the coolest event of the summer. Don't miss it, Bay Area. 10th Anniversary Art and Soul, August 21st and 22nd. I will see you here.
Sponsored by Capital Corridor.
Presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup practice from Bristol is brought to you by Sprint, the Now Network, and by Mahindra. Visit your local dealer to test drive a Mahindra tractor today. And we're winding down this first practice for the Sprint Cup Series. We go back trackside about Dillner.
Nobody working harder than the 43 guys today. AJ Allmendinger, I know you're disappointed. What's going on with that race car?
Just really loose right now. You know, the Valvoline Ford, I think, the sad thing is the car's pretty fast, but it's a handful, and I don't know. I mean, twice I've had it step out on me, and both times right on exit, but the car's just, we're sliding around so much on entry, the back end's wiggling around, and we're just, we're trying to solve that. The front's turning really good, and the car's really fast, but I don't know, maybe I'm trying too hard out there, just trying to be at a race pace, knowing what it would be like tomorrow, and it's got me twice, so I think we're going to try to fix it. I'm sorry to my guys working so hard. Sorry to Valvoline and Ford for out there messing up a race car, but we'll fix it. I think it's not too bad. We'll hopefully get back out here, get some laps in, maybe work on it the second practice before we go into qualifying trim. But loose is fast sometimes, but not all the time.
Sounds like a line out of Days of Thunder.
Loose is fast, but I think you're supposed to stay out of the wall and keep it pointed the right direction. And he's had his troubles doing that today.
You know, the amazing thing, and we saw the same thing in Nationwide Series practice, a little bit, a wee bit is a lot. I mean, David Gilliland is sitting there quickest at a 15.94. I come all the way over to Tony Raines in the 37 car that's 44th. He is pretty much a 16.35. There it is again. 0.4 of a second separating 44 race cars.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting qualifying for this group because we've got, as you mentioned, Gilliland and Robbie Gordon. They're go or go homers, and they're up at the top of the chart right now.
I think that's going to be the best part of that qualifying session. Yeah, we're going to want to see who sits on the pole, and certainly won't rule out that a go or go homer can't do it. But I think when you look at the fact that we got 49 race cars here and how tight it is, the difference between making this race and having to load up and go home could be thousandths of a second.
Thousandths of a second for sure. And the benefit of either having a good draw or not a good draw too, Rick. I mean, going out dead last, well, the good thing about that is you should have the coolest part of the racetrack. You should have a lot of grip, but you're also going to have the most amount of pressure because you're going to know how fast you're going to have to run and whether or not it's going to take 2 laps or, can you get it done on 1. So the pressure that is going to continue to build not only through the rest of this practice session, which is just about over with. We've got about 5 more minutes to go in this practice, but we got one more practice session after that, and we're really going to, as Larry, I think, pointed out early on, we got David Gilliland and Robbie Gordon at the top of the list now. We're going to see that start to change in that second practice a lot.
Tell you what, this 29 is still searching around. Wendy, are they gaining on it, though?
That's a good question, Larry Mack. They've thrown everything at it. They changed the right rear spring, then the rear shock. They've put some fresh tires on. It's been a little bit free getting in for Kevin Harvick right now, but it doesn't sound like the team is frustrated. We talked earlier in this practice how Kevin Harvick said that they feel like they're on vacation, and looking at the practice times, the speed is not there, and it's just minor adjustments here and there, but they have thrown a lot of things at this 29 car as this practice session winds down.
They were joking earlier about feeling like it's on vacation, but this is one of the very few times that Kevin Harvick hasn't been doing double duty, where he's been in a nationwide car, so he's running from one series to the next to get a feel for the race car, so he's got a little more time to think about what they're doing here.
Yeah, this is the first time since 1999 that he has not competed in a nationwide series race here at Bristol.
Once the pivot around that right front roll into the center, like track bar is high or something, but that's a lot better center off.
Improvement on the 99 car. So again, it seems to me like some of the teams are starting to pick at it just a little bit. He was talking about there, it might need to work on that rear track bar, maybe the right front, whether it's rolling around. Needs a little more work, but I'm going to go back and say that with this new tire, the racetrack heating up, these guys are chasing and moving target right now. Rick, it's not the same Bristol we saw in the spring, and it's definitely not the same Bristol we saw here in the fall. So sometimes notes are great, but sometimes you need to take that notebook, put it away, clear your mind. All right, let's focus on what's the car telling us. Fix what the car is telling us. Driver, you're the onboard computer. Come in. Let's start breaking this thing down from the entrance to the center to the exit, and let's see what we've done. Have we done anything to help you anywhere? What is going on here? Sometimes we're a victim of trying to live in the past and use our notes too much.
Dave Rogers checking out the computer, seeing how fast Kyle Busch is running, clicking off laps.
38.
Kyle Busch trying to at least complete the double, potentially the triple he won in the Camping World Trucks on Wednesday. So how is the Sprint Cup car doing for him now, Wendy?
Well, he's been loose in and loose off, Rick. Now, his fairly new spotter, Eddie DeHunt, says that top line is about a 10th quicker. He's been really loose, so he went to try it on the top. He said it was good for 8 or 10 laps, and then it got snug in the center. He said he could break it loose, but he doesn't want to do that. Now it's tight in the front, and it needs to turn better. They've changed the front bar. They've changed left rear shock. They, too, have thrown a lot at the 18 car, trying to get Kyle Busch more consistent. You can hear the frustration in Kyle's voice today.
Four guys doing triple duty. Ryan Newman, we're counting the mods race that he won on Wednesday, but Kyle Busch won the truck race on Wednesday. Elliott Sadler and Brad Keselowski both in that truck race on Wednesday. Didn't finish as well as they were hoping for, but maybe they can pick it up this weekend with the Nationwide and the Cup race. Cup practice winding down. Here on Speed.
A lot has changed over the years in how you make a vehicle go fast. But one thing hasn't changed: Sunoco's proven performance. Today, we continue to focus on quality and performance and are proud to fuel champions in just about anything that races. Fueling victories every week, every race, every win. The Sunoco Free Fuel 5000 is back. Get your decal at Sunoco for a chance to win 5,000 gallons of gas.
Just bought our first home.
But it has some stains on the walls.
That's why we choose Kills Primer.
Painting my new fence. Need to block the wood grain from showing through. I choose Kills Primer.
For covering bold colors, I choose Kills.
I never ask a paint to do a primer's job. Priming first gives me better results with fewer top coats.
I choose Kills Primer.
Homeowners and pros know that a little prep goes a long way, especially when you're using the #1 primer in the U.S. Kills. It's the perfect start to a great finish.
My Subaru saved my life. I will never forget that.
Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
My truck has enough torque to pull 70,000 people out of their seats.
My truck's got a serious mean streak. I don't know what got that.
My truck's a 750 horsepower ego crusher.
My truck does forget to mind its manners a little bit. I apologize for that.
My truck doesn't mind getting scraped, but it loves getting drenched.
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. Tough trucks, tough racing.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Seconds clicking away on this first practice for the Sprint Cup Series, Bristol Motor Speedway. And have we learned anything other than that David Gilliland is really fast, not only on this first lap, but his last lap?
And that a lot of people, including our points leader Kevin Harvick in that 29 car, looking for rear grip.
Yeah, that's been the, well, and we've also learned that David Rudeman wasn't feeling well. Eric Almirola drove that car for the first half of practice, and now Rudeman has been able to climb into it, try to get a feel for it before the second practice.
I'm also seeing that a lot of cars, including, you mentioned them earlier, Jimmy Johnson, Chad Knaus, the 48 car, they have run 143 laps in this practice session. They are making sure they get the long runs in.
And we touched on it a little bit earlier. Jimmy Johnson looking like he's a little bit off, but we've seen this before. In the races leading up to the chase, it looks as though they were trying other things, trying more things. And then when the chase starts, all of a sudden, boom, he's on and winning again.
Yeah, you can't deny that. I mean, they won Indy. They struggled 6 races into the chase. They got into the chase, and all of a sudden they got on fire. They, 9 out of the 10 races, they finished basically in the top 10 with 4 wins. I mean, you know, they were just dominant. Right. They were just dominant. And right now, you know, we're kind of wondering what's going on with them, but you never know. It seems like Chad Knaus and Jimmy, when they get to Loudon, they're 2 different people. Right. It's a totally different race team. So, but here this weekend at Bristol, you know, they struggled for so long to win at Bristol. Now they got an opportunity to sweep Bristol if they can come back here and put the car back into victory lane, which, you know, that's not been done a lot here recently. I think Rusty Wallace has done it, as well as the 2 Busch brothers were able to sweep here, you know, Kyle and Kurt. So if Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus can get to victory lane tomorrow night, I mean, that would be pretty impressive. And it would serve notice to everybody that, hey, we may be struggling, but we're definitely not out of this thing.
Definitely not out of it. But their teammate, Mark Martin, is trying to get in it, which means get into the chase. Bob, how are they doing in this practice?
Well, Mark Martin making this practice all it is worth, because they are going right to the end of this practice session. Basically, they're not getting anywhere, guys. The car's a little tight in the center. He's doing a long run right now, but he's 10th quick on the speed chart. So right now, Mark Martin okay, but not exactly where he wants to be. On the other hand, Clint Boyer is on the scale pants here in practice. Basically what they are doing is Shane Wilson and Clint Boyer have gone up into their rig and they're discussing how to attack the final practice session. P2 a little tight in the center, a little bit loose off. He's 17th quick overall. They know they need to make some adjustments, so right now that's the bubble battle for the 5 and the 33.
Well, you can tell this practice is coming to a close. We've got the conveyor belt of cars out there.
Well, I think it shows also, Larry, that a lot of these guys are not happy with their race cars. They're still searching around, because normally you don't have as many cars on this racetrack at Bristol at this point in time. And I want to clear up one thing, make sure there's no confusion. It's been since 2000 that Rusty Wallace, Kyle, and Kurt were able to pull the double off. It's been done 15 times by other drivers, but I'm talking about basically in the last 10 years, those are the only 3 drivers who've been able to accomplish that.
Kenseth on the outside of Kyle Busch.
I mean, I've seen these guys race. It seemed like harder right now, Larry, and this is being the first practice like it is than I can remember in recent years. Everybody's looking for something.
Tony Stewart in the 14 car making his final run in this practice. Tony's run 120 laps. He's 21st quickest right now.
You mentioned the difference between first and 44th. Gilliland ran a 15:91. 44th is a 16:35. So we're still very impressive between 1 through 44.
And I may be repeating something we've already said, but back to David Gilliland, he actually moved his fast lap just a little bit ago. So that's pretty impressive. He's the only car, that 38 car, that's been in the 15-second bracket and bettered his time just a little bit ago as we are now into the heat of the day.
You got to believe this racetrack is not the same racetrack he saw early on when he laid down that fast lap to begin with.
So the crew working on it. It's also up on scales.
In fact, Rick, we've been talking about how tight it is, and it is tight, but David Gilliland has a 1/10 and a half over Robbie Gordon right now. I mean, you'd have to go back to, you might just look at Jimmy Johnson is at a 16:10, and he's 7th. To go a 1/10 and a half back from him, from a 16:10 to basically a 16:25, you go all the way back to 32nd.
Let me throw one other stat at you quickly. Denny Hamlin, Jamie McMurray, Jeff Burton, and Mike Bliss have all run a 16.159 for their fastest lap. 4 different drivers have run the exact same lap time. And with that,
good news.
43 car over.
Yeah, the 43 cars back on the racetrack, and practice is over with.
And he's either really glad it's over or really sad it's over. One of the two.
Yeah, Mark Martin climbing out of his race car again. They are trying to figure out how they get into the top 12 in points. They need a good performance tomorrow night at Bristol Motor Speedway. Mark Martin 10th quick on the charts.
You know, I don't know if we said enough about the Red Bull cars. You saw Scott Speed 9th, Reed Sorensen's 11th.
A lot of guys with a loose race car today trying to figure it out. The guy that was fastest, David Gilliland, he has to race his way in qualifying later on this afternoon. We go now to John Roberts.
One practice down, 1 to go for the Sprint Cup Series. It's race number 100 for Bristol, but just 3 to go before the cutoff to the 2010 chase. NASCAR Live is coming your way next. Fans from 50 states and 9 different countries have come to Thunder Valley, Tennessee. Welcome, everyone, to NASCAR Live. As you see, the sun is out. It is bright. The work continues in the garage area, and it is getting hot on this Tennessee Friday afternoon. Glad you can be with us because we are just barely firing our engines on a big weekend, actually week of coverage here on Speed. Started out with trucks on Wednesday night and going to take you all the way through the checkered flag of the Cup Series race. But let's take a look at the menu now, see what's still to come today, and it is a lot. As we just getting fired up here at Bristol, we have all kind of programming coming your way. Sprint Cup Series final practice coming your way in about a half hour from now, and then after that we have qualifying for the Cup Series back with NASCAR Live, and then trackside we'll have special guest Bruton Smith and also a live interview with Larry Pearson, who was injured on this racetrack not too long ago, and we're hoping that he has a very speedy recovery. Right now we want to introduce our good friend Phil Parsons. And Phil, if you look at the chart after this practice, you got to look at Mark Martin and say this is a guy who really wants to get his act together and get back in the top 12 in points. 121 laps on the track for him today.
The other chase spot ran 100 laps.
Yep.
And the guy who ran the most, Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson.
Four-time
Exactly. It shows you. Yeah, it shows you how important these practice sessions are, especially for this one. This race is probably the biggest X factor as we head into the chase, because sometimes you just don't have this race is not in your control as to what is going to happen with your fortune. Let's go to Ray Dunlap.
Standing by with David Gilliland on top of the charts today. How good is your race car?
It's really good, man. I got to really give a lot of credit to Randy and all my guys on our truck of Ford Fusion. Front Row Motorsports have been working really hard, and we've really struggled the last 6 weeks. It's been terrible, and they Jerry Freeze and everybody got together and made some changes for this week, and man, I'm happy so far, man. The car is really, really good. We did a lot of 99% race trim stuff there, and the car drove really good. It was really consistent and fast too, so I'm excited.
If that was 99% race trim, what do you expect in qualifying?
I think we're going to be really good. I think, I think last time here we qualified 16th, and I think, track position is so key here, but also you have to have a fast car. So I'm really excited, looking forward to qualifying, and think you can look for this Taco Bell Ford Fusion to be up front.
All right, we look forward to it. And by the way, Burrito Supreme Fresco is my favorite, okay? Hermie?
Yeah, thanks, Ray. We heard the guys talk about the driver that ran the most laps in this practice. Jimmy Johnson ran 143 laps. He won the race here in the spring. I talked to the guys on the 4018. What are they working on for so many laps? They want Jimmy to be able to move around on this racetrack. They got the car pretty comfortable to the middle of the top side of the racetrack. Then they went to work trying to get the car to work on the bottom of the racetrack, because they learned in the spring that to pass cars, you've got to be able to move to the top, to the bottom, and what they're worried about at the bottom, the car rotates decent in the center but can get a little bit snappy loose on exit. So basically, they've got a pretty fast car. Jimmy's pretty happy, but they want him to be able to race all around this racetrack tomorrow night to keep this car up front and make it a sweep here at Bristol. Johnny?
Hermie, thanks a lot. And Phil, as a driver, what are the G-forces like when you're in that car? Because it's such an eventful lap. There's hardly any straightaways. It's almost a constant session of turning.
JR, do you like roller coasters?
Love them.
You know that feeling when you go up and you're getting ready to do that first thing?
Yep.
That's what it feels like when you get ready to go on this racetrack. And that's what the racetrack feels like. There's no racetrack on earth that you get a bigger sensation of speed than you do here at Bristol.
And also there's the problem of 42 of your closest friends on a racetrack where there's just not too much real estate.
That's just by yourself. Then you feel 42 guys that want that exact position too. So there's nothing more exciting than racing here at Bristol. And we talked about it earlier. If you can't get up to come here, you can't get up.
Exactly. Yeah, you're not fired up about racing. But also it was Ryan Newman not too long ago that cut a sub 15-second qualifying lap at this racetrack. So that tells you just how fast and eventful a lap can be here. And we got 500 of them coming your way on Saturday night, but a lot of prep work before then. And we got some great race fans with us here. We'll be back in just a moment.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Brought to you in part by Atlanta Motor Speedway. Night racing returns to Atlanta Motor Speedway for the largest Labor Day celebration in the country, September 4th through the 5th. And by Camping World. Visit Camping World RV Sales for the largest selection of motorhomes. Ask about our low price guarantee.
Performance. Upgrade to Castrol Edge Advanced Synthetic Oil. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1, Castrol Edge. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Hey! I just got this buck double off the BK value menu. It's flame broiled and it's only $1. It was a smart move. So I can be dumb. Hon, can you pass me that highly conductive copper rod?
Offset your stupid with a beefy cheesy buck double on the BK value menu.
Ever want to boost your car's color and shine fast in the sun? That's when you need Meguiar's Ultimate Quick Wax. It goes on so fast, creates incredible gloss with amazing protection. Meguiar's hydrophobic polymer technology is so powerful, it actually sheds water uphill. A force that delivers relentless water beating. Keep your car looking like a show car with Ultimate Quick Wax, only from Meguiar.
If your bike crashes, so do you. That's why you need to call now for Allstate Motorcycle Insurance. For the price of insuring your bike, it can also protect you for as low as $100 a year. Call now, 1-877-361-BIKE.
finding free NASCAR merchandise and gear just got easier. Just enter your official NASCAR hologram code at NASCAR.com/hologram for a chance to score free gear and great offers, or a VIP experience that puts you right next to the action.
Thunder Valley is always rocking, but tonight the biggest party in NASCAR heads to the world's fastest half mile. Don't miss the chairman of the board of Speedway Motorsports, Bruton Smith, as he joins the usual suspects tonight on trackside at 11 Eastern, only on Speed. So one practice down for the Sprint Cup Series, another one coming your way, and also Nationwide Series qualifying and racing tonight as we get ready for a very busy day and weekend here at the world's fastest half mile. But right now we're going to take a look at the 10 fastest drivers from this practice session that concluded just moments ago. And as we mentioned, it is getting hot out here this afternoon. Here are your top 10 drivers, and Phil Parsons. We don't normally see David Gilliland and Robbie Gordon on top of the speed chart, but they're there today.
They are. Both of those cars are go or go homers, but David Gilliland told us that 99% of his runs were in race runs, so that makes that lap even more impressive. Robbie Gordon is basically starting a second car for his team, but Dale Jr. up there in third. That's good, pretty good news for the fans.
And Jeff Gordon is a 5-time winner on this racetrack. Out of the guys in the chase right now at the top of it, he's got the best record here.
He sure does. And I'll tell you, as Hermie was talking about, versatility may be the key tomorrow night for this race. For the guys that can run the top, they can run the bottom, run the middle, and they were all working all those areas. I saw Kevin Harvick up there. He typically doesn't like to run that high, but he was running right at the top of the racetrack. Then the next time I look, he's running right on the bottom.
Well, Phil, let's check in with Ray Dunlap right now, who is standing by with one guy who knows what his future is going to look like for sure now. Ray?
Absolutely, Johnny. And that news of Marcus Ambrose talking about what's going to happen in the future had to be a great relief for you.
Yeah, I really don't care right now, though. I'm just trying to get this 47 car back up the grid, So it's been a big month, no doubt, trying to put everything in place for next year. And it's never easy when you make a break from a team that you like and you got good friends with. But, we're ready to go for 2011, looking forward to it. I think it's a great opportunity, my dream chance. And working with the King and having him looking over your shoulder can't hurt. But right now I'm just refocused on the 47 here, trying to get this car a little bit better after practice.
When I look at the chart, Marcus, 22nd doesn't seem that bad, and it's only like 2/10. So how much work do you have to do to get it better?
Well, I'm an angry camper right now. I really want to get going on this car, and we've run great here in the past, last couple of years, and we're just not quite feeling the same as we did here in the spring. So we've got some work to do.
Tell me about the competition and what you saw out there on the racetrack today. Who do you think is going to be really good?
Well, I don't know. I don't really care about everyone else. I'm just trying to get my car right. So, if we can get our car feeling right, then we can take on the world.
We wish you good luck. Marcus Ambrose, Hermie.
Thank you, Ray. I want to catch up with Jeff Green. Good to see you back in the Cup Series here at Bristol. And I see you and Frankie Stoddard going through some notes. Just having to get in on speed, that's a little bit nerve-wracking for you guys, huh?
Well, it always is, I guess. These guys got a pretty good race car here. And, Frankie gave me a call Monday, and I came past up come to Bristol to race. So looking forward to it. We're going to hopefully we can get our Ford in there. And just thank you for the opportunity. Thank these guys for calling me. And it's fun sitting at home, but it's not so fun that I don't want to come back and race. So looking forward to tomorrow.
And this racetrack has been changed over the last couple years, and the race car has been evolving, and new tire combination. A lot of stuff to catch up on in a short practice session when you're not doing this every week.
The main thing is just figuring out who's in what car, and it is brainstorming, trying to figure out what I need. And the cars are the same, but they've changed a lot too. Tires, like you said, the motor's got more horsepower and things like that. So it's a little bit getting used to, but I was lucky enough to run the Nationwide car, so they gave me a little time. And just getting back in the seats like riding a bicycle, just get out there and do your thing, and it comes back to me pretty quick.
I tell you what, the cool thing about Bristol is you guys at the stage know qualifying here will be so close. Tenths and hundredths of a second make a difference, and Jeff Green can get a job done here at Bristol, guys.
Hermie, thanks a lot. Now, that's got to be tough being outside of the race car, Phil, not only because you lose a little bit here and there of your speed, but also because the sport evolves so much. The cars, the tires change. It's hard to get back in.
It really does, and it doesn't do it over a year. It does it over a few months. as the guys have talked about, we have a different tire here this time, and that's thrown a lot of people a curve. Marcus Ambrose was terrific here last year, finished third in this race, and now they're struggling a little bit with that different tire.
That's what people always say. How can a guy go to one track one time, come back and not be as good? But the notes, sometimes you have to throw them off. Not only because the tire changes, but the whole complexion of the sport.
Well, it really does, and it changes weekly, not over the course of a year. So it's very, very challenging for these crew chiefs and the team engineers to try to figure out what kind of combination to come with. They come with what ran well last time. It doesn't necessarily work this time.
So 49 cars for the 43 positions here at Bristol, so 6 are going to go home very unhappy, not getting a chance to run the 500 laps here on Saturday night. Hey, race fans, Sunoco's Free Fuel 5000 is back. Just get your Sunoco decal, put it on your car, get spotted, and win the grand prize, 5,000 gallons of Sunoco fuel. For more information, go to GoSunoco.com.
Live free and race! New Hampshire Motor Speedway!
The race for the chase is on for the Sylvania 300 on September 19th at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
See you in September at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
Buy your tickets now.
Live free and race! New Hampshire Motor Speedway!
New Hampshire Motor Speedway. It just doesn't get any better than this.
When you come to CarQuest, you'll find the quality parts you need and the service you deserve, along with the peace of mind that you've come to a place you can trust, where our people are happy to share their expertise to help you get it right. Whether you're a Saturday superstar or one of our many professional customers, when you deal with any of our 3,000 CarQuest stores, you'll discover an experience as exceptional as our products, plus the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. Great products, great prices, and something more at CarQuest Auto Parts.
Where can you see hundreds of RVs all in one place? At only one event, the RV Super Sale. Prices are slashed on motorhomes, travel trailers, and toy haulers, but only for a limited time. RV Super Sale is at the old Fremont Ford location just off Highway 880 in Newark, August 20th through the 29th. Acres of new and used RVs at unbeatable prices. Make an offer and drive home with the RV of your dreams. At the RV Super Sale, the customer always comes first.
When the season starts, you want to be at the top of your game. Xfinity brings you all 65 preseason games in HD on NFL Network. It's everything you need to get ready. You ready?
You don't want to miss a play. Focus, focus! And nobody changes the channel on your remote.
Go!
Keep going, guys. Close the gap. I need prime viewing angle. Stop!
Nice.
Upgrade to digital preferred TV for NFL Network. The only way to watch every preseason game. It's just $9.99 more a month for 12 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY, home of the most live sports.
Welcome back to Bristol, everyone. You see Kevin Harvick's name in the yellow there. That means he is locked in. Now, the number you see next to the driver's name behind him, behind Kevin Harvick, that is the number of the positive points those drivers are from 13th place. So you see Jeff Gordon is well inside 13th. Denny Hamlin, Tony Stewart, you also see the win total there. And you know what, Phil Parsons? Tony Stewart has a 0 under wins. He's never, every year he's competed in Sprint Cup competition, he's got at least one, so the pressure's on.
It really is. And, there's a lot of the season left, JR, but still, when you look at it, you never know from week to week. And the statistic that really amazes me is only 6 of the top 12 right now have actually won a race this year.
The guys on the outside looking in that do not want to leave those points on the table, Jamie McMurray and Ryan Newman, if they can make their way up into the chase, they'll get 20 bonus points for Jamie Mack and 10 for Ryan Newman by virtue of that one win. So those guys definitely want to make it up into the chase. Now, Kevin Harvick's future is already locked up for this season because he's already in the chase, but his future is also locked up in terms of next season, and that's a far cry from where he was at this point last year. Let's hear what Kevin had to say about his new sponsorship deal with Budweiser and the future in the media center earlier today.
It's just, it's hard to even take it all in, to be honest with you, just for the fact, we all know where we were a year ago at this point. So it's a lot of fun for us to enjoy it. We all respect it a tremendous amount just for the fact that you know how it can turn away from you in a heartbeat. So everybody's relaxed, and I think these next 3 races are going to be fun for us. We're going to be, obviously racing hard, but I think there's no pressure on the outcome other than the bonus points, and that would be nice, but it's not like it's the end of the world for us like it would be if something goes wrong in the last 10 weeks. So we're going to have fun with it, and it's kind of a reward for everybody, and I think it's a good time to, get mentally prepared and relaxed for the last 10 races.
So the 29 team can relax a little bit right now, and Phil, that's got to be a great feeling for them. But I like what Kevin Harvick said earlier today. He said, no, we're not going to experiment. No, we're not going to try any wild stuff just because we're in, because I like the way things are going.
Yeah, last week at Michigan, it was a perfect example. First open win this year, a non-restricted. So right now they've got it going their way. They don't need to change anything else. Let everyone else try to catch them. But it is amazing how far they've come in the year, though, isn't it?
Remember this time last year, Kevin Harvick was talking about leaving the team. They didn't have sponsorship. And everything came together very quickly for that group.
He was 22nd or 23rd in points this time last year. I think he ended up 19th or something like that. But that's how quickly things can turn around. You wouldn't think that you could turn around in a positive manner as quickly as it can go south in a negative manner, but they've done it.
Roller coaster ride on and off the track as well, as Phil was talking about earlier today. But also right now, after working so hard today, some of these drivers are going to be tired. But talking about tires is our Ray Dunlap. Ray?
Thank you, Johnny. Down here in the infield, of course, the tire guy is very, very busy after a long practice like that. We've got another 45-minute session coming up for you. Phil was talking about the tires being a little bit different. I wanted to give you some information. This is the left side tire that the Cup cars will be using this weekend, D4404. Now, this left side has never been used this season, and this is the right side, 4408. But what's very different this weekend is whenever we're on a short track, normally there is no interliner. But at Bristol, because of the banking, they have an interliner in the right side tires. That's very different. Normally at short tracks or anything under a mile, no interliner. So interliners in here and two brand new combinations. The important part to know is this tire will only be used at Bristol. So what you learned today, you just put in the notes and set it away. Johnny?
Ray, thanks a lot. Another thing these teams are working against. And Phil, how much of a difference does it make?
It makes a huge difference because that's what meets the road, obviously. So, you can have a perfect setup here back in March. You change the tires around a little bit and come back, and it doesn't work.
We still got a lot to come in this edition of NASCAR Live, and a lot of stuff on the track as well, as we got another Cup practice, Nationwide Series qualifying, and also Nationwide Series racing. So much going on here at Bristol. We got you all covered on it when we come back.
The NASCAR Experience Live. Everything else is just a game.
The Camping World Destination Recreation Sweepstakes is back and better than ever. More prizes and chances to win this year's grand prize. A 4 Winds Hurricane Motorhome. Second prize, a new Coleman travel trailer.
Plus, great Camping World RV and outdoor accessories.
Over $100,000 in prizes will be given away during the Camping World Destination Recreation Sweepstakes in 2010.
Log on to campingworld.com or visit any Camping World retail location to enter and for prize details.
Watch Camping World's Destination Recreation product features on speed during the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series race.
And now I'll turn it over to the Gecko.
Thank you, sir. As we all know, Geico has been saving people money on RV, camper and trailer insurance, as well as motorcycle insurance. Sorry. Technical difficulties.
What about this?
What's this one do? Maybe that one.
Okay, let's keep rolling. We run motorcycle insurance?
Take 15 minutes to see how much you could save on motorcycle, RV, and camper insurance.
At Polaris, we designed a trail-dominating legend, the Sportsman XP, to lead a new team of smooth-riding trail runners. We made a versatile, powerful, mid-size Ranger, launching a new group of value-minded workhorses. And we made the ultimate hunting vehicle, the Ranger XP, even better, heading up a new team of hard-working hunting machines. From a #1 maker of ATVs and side-by-sides, Polaris, hardest working, smoothest riding.
There's no way to hide it. If you drive drunk, we will find you. Cops everywhere are stepping up enforcement and cracking down like never before.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
Sir, have you been drinking this evening?
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
Make no mistake, you will get caught and you will be arrested. Over the limit, under arrest.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Brought to you in part by the new Schick Hydro, the only razor that's like a blast of hydration. And by Verizon, the network with the most 3G coverage.
Takes a lot more than a little bit of heat to stop the Bristol race fan. They have packed into Thunder Valley for a very exciting doubleheader weekend of racing, and also we kicked everything off on Wednesday with the trucks. Now this year more than ever, the emphasis has been on winning in the Sprint Cup Series. Why? Well, with the chase format, just ask Jeff Gordon. He averaged a top 5 a couple years ago, but his teammate Jimmy Johnson was winning races, and that's how he won the championship. And Phil, when you look at this year and you look at some of the drivers that have been in the chase contention the whole time, the Roush Fenway organization, they were up there in points, but since they weren't winning, everybody was saying, well, they're not running well.
Yeah. And they really weren't running that well, but I tell you, they have really turned it around. They had 3 cars in the top 5 at Michigan last week. Carl Edwards has gained 6 positions in points in the last 5 races, so they are on the right track. And we talked just before the break about how RCR has really turned their situation around. Well, the same can be said about Roush Fenway 2 years ago, how good they were, and then all of a sudden last year with very few wins, they hadn't won a race, other than the restrictor plate race. California was the only race the entire organization won last year, and now they seem to be on the right track. Greg Biffle got the win at Pocono. Again, 3 cars in the top 5 last week, and they're peaking at the right time. With 3 races away from the chase, all 3 cars appear to be solidly in the chase. If they can get it going now, they've got it going.
Yep, and that will put 3 of their 4 teams in the top 12. Not too shabby for anybody in this day and age. Let's now go to Hermie, who is standing by with the second fastest guy in practice.
It really is, JR. P2 on the speed chart, Robbie Gordon in the second car out of your shop. Pretty good practice session for you guys.
It was a good practice session. We basically stayed in qualifying trim most of the time. But I think that's pretty good. All the guys, because everybody that has to qualify, we did a little bit of a race run, but most of the time we were in qualifying. So I feel like we'll be okay.
And you're talking about the Speed Factory TV. You guys have started to get some legs with this thing a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of people still don't know what it is, but it's a TV show that we're doing behind the scenes of racing, what goes on in the day-to-day with not only myself, but with the guys and what they have to go through. So it's speedfactory.tv. You can go there and check it out. We've got some cool stuff going on.
And what do you work on in between practices? P2, obviously the goal is to be P1, but you've also got to get this car in the show. So what are you working on between now and the second practice?
Well, I think for us, it's small adjustments. It's not big stuff. If we could probably turn just a little bit better in the middle, but not be any looser off, we might be fast enough to be the fastest. But, I think when it's all said and done and everybody else comes out and gets into qualifying trim, hopefully that thing's somewhere inside the top 15.
Well, Robbie Gordon showing well so far today. P2 on the speed chart. Ray?
Hermie, earlier today they had an official announcement that Eric Almirola has a new gig. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited to be going over there and joining Junior Motorsports, and really thankful that Dale and Kelly and Pops and Tony Jr. and everybody thought enough of me to ask me to come drive their car next year. So really excited about going to drive that 88 in the Nationwide Series.
Little cup practice today in the 00. How'd that go?
Went pretty well. They Rodney and their guys here have their work cut out. They got to make the car a little bit better. It stays really good on a long run, seems to. It just doesn't fire off a very quick lap. But all in all, it seems to drive pretty good, and it has really good forward bite, which I think is going to pay off tomorrow night. So all in all, I think they're okay.
All right, Eric filled in for him, and guys, we will see David Rudeman in the next practice. He'll be out in the 00.
Ray, thanks a lot. Seems like Eric Almirola these days is just the super sub. He's subbing in for everybody. So for a guy without a full-time gig, he's pretty busy, Phil.
He really is. And as far as I know, David Rudeman is not expecting a baby, because that's the duty Eric was on for Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, so he's just a standby for the flu situation. But you've had a good chance over the years to see Eric Almirola race in the Truck Series. This is definitely one of the future stars of NASCAR.
I really think so. He's done such a terrific job this year in the Truck Series. He has 2 wins already, second points. So it's a great choice by Dale Jr. and his group to put Eric in that car full time.
And he's going to have good equipment underneath him and a good shot at getting more wins.
Yeah, and what a great outfit he has there with Tony Sr., Tony Jr., and they have all the pieces put together. Now they have a good driver, I think, that's going to carry him forward, just like Brad Keselowski did.
And a lot of help from Hendrick Motorsports along the way as well. That doesn't hurt either. And they got a pretty famous boss over there, Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's been known to attract a little bit of attention around the racetrack himself. That's all for NASCAR Live. When we come back, it is Sprint Cup Series final practice. It is neither happy nor an hour, but we call it happy hour, and that'll take us up to qualifying as well. Stay with us, everybody.
We just tested Quaker State motor oil that had driven thousands of miles in New York City taxis. And that used Quaker State still passed these critical tests for brand new oil, even when it's ready to be replaced. Quaker State, real, durable oil.
If you could see what your headlights see, you would never let this happen. Are you letting your headlight lenses hurt the appearance of your car because they're too expensive to replace or too hard to repair? With McGuire's Headlight Restoration Kit, you can make your lens covers clear again. Simply apply McGuire's Plastics Polish using our unique Safety Edge buffing pad on any electric grill. Scratches, yellowing, and oxidation quickly disappear. Guaranteed. McGuire's Headlight Restoration Kit, the clear choice.
We're on the road with the General, talking to people about their auto insurance.
Okay, how many think you're paying too much for insurance? How many are uninsured because you think you can't afford it? Then you need to go to thegeneral.com for a super fast quote. Rates and monthly payments are low, and the down payment's as low as $59. And you'll get instant proof of insurance. For the best car insurance rates online, go to the General and save some time.
Bingo! Got a new price on a flight to Maui. Junior, run the numbers.
On it, Dad.
Nobody move. I'm calling a family meeting.
There's no time. We're searching hundreds of sites for the cheapest flight.
What you're doing is setting a bad example for the kids. On Priceline, you can shop all these flights and get the best price guaranteed. And if you add a hotel and a car, you save even more.
Shut it down, people.
A family that saves together stays together.
Perfection. It's a term reserved for only the rarest of the rare. And in NASCAR, it's a term reserved for Richmond International Raceway. Richmond is that one-of-a-kind balance of high speed and side-by-side action, where beating and banging take a backseat to nothing, and where some will do anything with their last chance to make the chase. Welcome to Richmond. Welcome to Racing Perfection. Tickets start at $40 for the Air Guard 400, Saturday, September 11th. Call 866-455-RACE or visit RIR.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to Thunder Valley, Tennessee for Sprint Cup Series final practice. 49 cars going for 43 spots, so they only have 45 minutes to get it right before qualifying. This is race number 100 for the Cup Series here on this concrete, high-banked, high-speed half-mile. So a lot of work left to be done today, and then we got a matter of Nationwide Series qualifying and also Nationwide Series racing. A very busy weekend here at the world's fastest half-mile. I'm John Roberts. Thanks for joining us alongside of Phil Parsons. And Phil, not much time left for these guys, but they spent a lot of time on the track today, not to mention the guys doing double duties. They're going to be beat up by the end of today.
We had 14 drivers, JR, that ran over 100 laps in practice, that first practice session. This one now, as Robbie Gordon was talking about, I think guys are going to start concentrating on qualifying a little bit, at least at the second half of this 45-minute session, and we're going to see the speeds escalate.
And our good friend Hermie Sadler is standing by right now with one guy who is comfortably in the chase right now and has also visited Victory Lane at this place before. Hermie?
You're right. Matt Kenseth has been to Victory Lane here, and you are locked in the chase. Well, not locked in, but pretty comfortable. But you guys once you get in the chase, want to have a chance to win some races and contend. In the last couple of weeks, you've started to show some signs of getting in that direction.
Proven, a fair amount. I don't feel like we're safely in chase. I'm glad you do, but we still got 3 races here. We got to get some good, solid finishes. We'd like to get back up there and run with the leaders a little bit, like we did, a little closer to doing that last week. So hopefully we can keep improving, get up there and be competitive and get in the thing and be competitive enough when we get there to be able to do something.
Talk about what you guys are working on in between practices. Pretty good format. You get to go run a little bit, come debrief with your crew chief, and go back out. What do you need to get this car better at, and how are you going to try to do that?
Well, this tires really changed the track conditions a lot. It puts that real slimy rubber, kind of like we get at Dover, which is making it a little bit of a challenge, at least for us, to find grip out there. So really we're trying to get more overall grip in the car, but, like you always do here, trying to get to turn the middle better without, unhooking the back too bad up off the corner.
Talk about Roush Fenway as an organization. The summertime was a struggle for you guys, but the last 4 or 5 weeks, your cars, you got to run in the top 5 before you got a chance to win, and your whole group has seemed to find its form that they had in years past.
It seems like it's really improving. Everybody back at the shop's been doing a great job, Robbie, and everybody getting all this stuff running. The 16 car certainly has been very, very competitive, especially the last couple of months running up front. Was won at Pocono, was real close to winning at Indy, so he's been running really good, and we've been trying to learn from him, and everybody work together to try to get better.
This Crown Royal Ford Fusion, he's trying to peak at the right time, and when he gets in the chase, I say he's in. He wants to be a factor, Ray.
Well, Hermie, that chase bubble is so elusive, and the 33 team with just a 35-point advantage right now. Shane Wilson, crew chief for Clint Boyer, and I was joking around with you. I said, boy, it's fun when it's that tight, right? And what'd you say?
Not really. No, it's not that much fun at all, but had a pretty good practice today, so that takes a little pressure off everybody, and hopefully we'll have a few good practice qualifying laps here.
You guys were like 14th or 15th in practice, so what do you try to do to adjust here? Just trying to make the driver happy, or do you have something you work on for qualifying?
Well, the first practice we did all race stuff and just got it driving pretty good, and that's the trick. It's got to be comfortable and have good bite off, but still turn good, and then Q is just about making a fast lap.
All right, gain a lot of points and get a little cushion, all right?
All right, we'll try.
Okay, that's Shane Wilson, crew chief, car number 33.
Ray, thanks a lot. 100 laps out on this racetrack in that last practice session for Clint Boyer and Shane Wilson. And Phil, that has to tell you something. They're out there working hard.
They really do. There's only just a few trucks. Ray has me saying trucks now.
That's all right, man.
A few cars that ran over that, one of those being Mark Martin, his closest pursuer.
And Mark Martin, again, with just that 35-point space cushion. He was Clint was 17th fastest in practice. But when you got a guy like Mark Martin breathing down your neck with his experience and as many laps as he's turned, that's got to be a frightening feeling.
Oh, it really is. And those guys aren't going to be comfortable, I don't think, till we get to the very last lap of the last race prior to the chase starting. So it's going to be right down to the end. I think everybody else in front of Clint Boyer can be a little bit comfortable, but certainly not Clint or Mark or anyone else closely behind Mark.
And such a dangerous racetrack to be at when you're on the bubble, where you really have something to lose. Somebody else's mess can cause you a big trouble.
You're exactly right, and I was looking at my notes, and would you believe that Dale Sr. in all the races he ran here, and I think he ran here 43 or 45 times, he had 2 DNFs, and both of those were in 1981. He had a string of 20-some running at the finish, including several wins.
And that doesn't happen too often here. That says how good he was at this racetrack, and a lot of guys have a lot to prove as we get ready to go racing this weekend. And tomorrow, NASCAR Race Day rolls into Bristol. Join Kenny, Kyle, Wendy, and Hermie as they give you the ultimate setup before NASCAR's best battle in Thunder Valley. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, live from Bristol.
A lot has changed over the years in how you make a vehicle go fast. But one thing hasn't changed: Sunoco's proven performance. Today, we continue to focus on quality and performance and are proud to fuel champions in just about anything that races. Sunoco, the official fuel of NASCAR, Grand Am, AMA Pro Road Racing, the World Challenge Series, and fuel provider to 40 other racing series, fueling victories every week, every race, every win.
There's no way to hide it. If you drive drunk, we will find you. Cops everywhere are stepping up enforcement and cracking down like never before.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
Sir, have you been drinking this evening?
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
Make no mistake, you will get caught and you will be arrested. Over the limit, under arrest.
South of Laredo, there's a place. Gotta cross an ocean of scorpion-covered earth. So hot, rattlesnakes combust spontaneously. We're drawn like moths to a flaming jalapeno. But you gotta eat bold. Know what I'm saying?
Subway's turned up the heat. Introducing Subway Fiery Footlong Subs, the hot new turkey jalapeno melt and boldacious buffalo chicken. Eat bold.
Subway Fiery Footlong Subs. Burn the wimp right out of you.
The excitement of the NASCAR Sprint Cup season heats up, and so does NASCAR.com's Track Pass Race View. Now you can follow your favorite drivers' every move and not miss any of the action with Race View's Bold Lock. Watch from up to 3 different virtual camera angles. Listen to live in-car audio of all 43 drivers. And get real-time in-depth race stats and a live leaderboard to keep you in the race like never before. Log on and check out NASCAR.com/RaceView now.
Welcome back to Bristol, everyone. They say there are different courses for different horses, and over the history, some drivers have had a great time at Bristol. Others have not liked the place so much because it was not kind to them. Darrell Waltrip, of course, leads the way with 12 victories, but there's also some guys who have done great at this track over the years, and 2 of them are the Busch brothers.
Yeah, they really have. Kurt has been, from the time he first got here, he was really, really good, and certainly Kyle has continued that trend. Kyle won the first COT race here back in 2007, and he's won the last 3 truck races, and he's one of 3 drivers that have won in all 3 of the major forms of NASCAR at this racetrack.
Did you like it? Did you like running Bristol?
I love this racetrack. Absolutely love this racetrack. Most drivers like a challenge, and this certainly is a challenging racetrack. You were talking about some guys not liking it. I remember Kyle saying he wished they would fill us up with water and make it a big fish pond.
Yep, they could make it a pretty darn big fish pond if they wanted to. Let's go to Ray Dunlap, Ray.
Well, Kurt Busch out here taking a look at the Blue Deuce, and Kurt, wondering what you learned in first practice today.
Oh, we started out on the tight side of things, and then as the track rubbered in, we even got that much tighter. So we've been just trying to free her up right now, and just overall, I'm pleased with it, but still it needs to be a little bit better at the apex of the corner.
Can you tell a real big difference since they reconfigured this racetrack?
Yeah, it's pretty much a whole new Bristol. There's some small things that carry over. But, man, guys running up in the 3rd groove, that's unheard of. But that's really one of the fast ways around here right now.
Can we expect a win number 6 Saturday night?
We're definitely going for it. We need a good solid run in after the motor failure last week just to be cool in points.
Okay. Kurt Busch, number 2. Let's see who Hermie has.
Well, Ray, I want to talk a little bit more about this racetrack. You reported earlier on the tire combination, and talking to a couple crew chiefs and drivers, the way this tire is putting rubber down on this concrete racetrack behind us is really affecting the way these cars are handling and how, as a driver, how you attack this racetrack. As you can see, this rubber is building up all the way up to the top side of the racetrack. The problem is, once it gets rubber from top to bottom, you've really got to work hard to find a groove and get that extra grip as far as being able to move around to pass people on the racetrack. So we talk about the racetrack being different, but a new tire combination this weekend is really making this racetrack take rubber differently and affecting the handling characteristics of these race cars. So it's going to take a good effort between the drivers and the crew chiefs to find that little bit of edge they'll need tomorrow night to fight this traffic at this half-mile racetrack, Johnny.
Hermie, thanks a lot. And if anybody thinks this top 12 thing is settled and it's over right now, just think about Kurt Busch and what happened to him last week. Dropped all the way down to 9th in points as 5 positions because of one blown motor. That can happen to anybody else that's not locked in this chase yet.
Oh, it sure can. And as a matter of fact, anything can happen here at this racetrack because you know it's so hard to hide here. I mean, if somebody has trouble in front of you, you're just about in it. There's just no way around it. And, thing we have to remember about this racetrack, it's progressive banking. 26 degrees at the bottom, 30 degrees at the top. So that's why that top groove is really coming in right now. And I saw, as Kurt mentioned, I saw more cars practicing on the top of the racetrack than I believe I've ever seen before.
And that's what brings these fans 160,000 strong here to see this night race. Let's go back to Ray for a final thought.
Well, Johnny, I was just walking through the back part of the garage where the go-or-go-homers are, and there's a lot of work going on down here. I can promise you that a number of these guys that were slow are going to fling everything they've got at these race cars because those 6 positions that are going home, they don't want to be in them, and there's a number of good drivers back there with good race teams, and right now they just haven't found the speed.
Ray, thanks a lot. We appreciate that. There's not much room on the racetrack, and there's also not much room in the race. Only 43 guys get to go.
Yeah, this is a good paying race, too. This race pays over $80,000. So the difference between, making this race, and it could be thousandths of a second, not even hundredths of a second, could be $80-some thousand.
Yeah, again, when you talk about the qualifying lap here, of course, it was Ryan Newman in the old car that was quite a bit faster, put a sub-15-second lap down. That tells you how fast things go around here and exactly how close the qualifying is going to be.
Well, that means you can only hold your breath for about 30 seconds because you run 2 laps, so you have to breathe a little bit on the warm-up lap because you have to hold it for 30 seconds.
Yeah. All right, so there's not going to be much easy breathing going on for the go-or-go homers, but also the guys who are in the chase and want to stay there right now have to be very careful about where they qualify because, again, Phil, you get to pit selection here.
Yeah, track selection is huge here. Pit selection is huge, and track position is huge. This race has been won the 99 times, like 22 times from the pole, and that just goes to show you that when the guys qualify well here, that means they have good cars. So that's a lot of the reason why the cars that qualify up front run well.
History tells us that it's good to start up front here, but also Elliott Sadler started 38th the year he used some really good strategy for the Wood brothers to get up and win this race. His first ever victory, as a matter of fact, here at Bristol. We've got a lot more going on today. Keep it right here on Speed. On the other side of the upcoming break, Rick Allen and company have Sprint Cup Series final practice coming your way.
Juicy Johnsonville sausage, made with only premium cuts of pork since 1945. Johnsonville, sausage is all we do.
Sometimes we like to practice a bit before we go shopping.
How can I help you, sir?
I want the lowest price, then go lower.
I don't have that kind of authority!
Plus free delivery, even on Sunday.
Unheard of!
We're ready.
Fortunately, we have the lowest prices around, so there's no need to rehearse.
And Lowe's has free next-day delivery on appliances.
Andy actually turned out to be really helpful and nice.
Experience. Lowe's. Let's build something together. Come into Lowe's for 10% off all Whirlpool major appliances.
Crime can be solved with science or instincts. Meet the summer's sharpest new team. Everyone's going to want to know.
There is a fine line between courage and stupidity.
A fine, thin blue line.
Rizzoli and Isles, Mondays at 10, only on TNT.
How durable is Quaker State? We just tested Quaker State motor oil that had driven thousands of miles in New York City taxis. And even when it was ready to be replaced, that used Quaker State still passed the wear protection, rust protection, and viscosity retention tests for brand new oil. Extra protection when you need it most. That's Quaker State. Real, durable oil. Welcome back to NASCAR Sprint Cup final practice here in Bristol, Tennessee, Bristol Motor Speedway. The car is about to go back out on the racetrack. The temperature has climbed. When we started this morning, it was 72 degrees. Now it's 88 degrees and sunny skies overhead. A lot better than what we've seen over the past couple days here in Bristol. It was raining hard last night and yesterday, but that's all out of the way. Now guys are trying to figure out how to get the race cars to go the right direction when they're coming out of the center of the turns. And that's been the big question so far, is who can get it to tighten up just a little bit. With Jeff Hammond, Larry McReynolds, I'm Rick Allen. This is final practice for Sprint. I got it right.
You got it right.
I got it right.
I just kind of enjoying this, right? I get to look eyeball to eyeball.
How many hands high are you?
I'm not. No, about 14 probably.
And this is as high as I can get on my tippy toes. I'm tapped out.
Actually, you're wearing shoes this time too, so that's a great thing.
But with that said, no matter what we're doing up here, we got a lot of work to do down there in that garage area, and a short time to do it, because we just had a 2-hour practice about 45 minutes ago. We had very few people that were happy with their race car. This is our final practice, and we've got guys that are trying to still get their arms around a race setup, and now we've also got to think about what can we do for 2 fast laps of qualifying. And this is the last time we're going to see this racetrack till qualifying. Last time we'll see it before the race.
Yeah, and the thing is, Larry, when you talk about guys trying to get a grip on this racetrack, 14 cars ran over 100 laps of practice. A year ago at this track, only 3 did that. So to me, with a new tire combination and where everything's kind of working out with the rear spoiler, guys are searching for a combination, Rick. Hopefully the engineers and the crew chiefs, along with the drivers, were able to come up with something to make these guys happy during this final practice session. We'll get a pretty good idea who hit it and who didn't.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of, I guess, question marks out there of people trying to figure out how do you make this thing handle for more than 1 lap. We saw some quick laps, but guys couldn't maintain that for lap after lap after lap.
And the thing about qualifying here, I don't know how many times I would come here with a driver. We'd either have a really good qualifying run, maybe even sit on the pole. We'd have a bad qualifying run. And I'd ask him, what did your car do? He'd go, I have no idea. I was just hanging on.
47 loose already. We talked about, can they tighten these cars up? Well, Marcus Ambrose has already got his hands full.
I believe you'll be able to hear it here. And that's all you can do is get out of the throttle, slow the speed of the race car down. And Rick, you touched on it. We've seen this and we've heard this all day long. We've got a very slick racetrack now because the temperature has definitely come up. But Goodyear has brought a new tire combination here. Everybody's pretty much turning really good. They just have no grip off the corner, no forward bite. This combination, they've changed the mold, shape, and the construction of the left and the right side tire. We've not run this combination anywhere. Plus, also, it's quite a bit of stagger. The difference between the left side and the right side tire size. And the more stagger you have, think about a paper cup. If if you roll a paper cup, it wants to turn left. The bigger you make the mouth of that paper cup, it turns a lot quicker radius. Same thing happens the way tires work with stagger.
And Rick, this was all because they had some tire issues here in the spring, especially with the inside shoulder, the right front tire. Goodyear had to do something to try to help these cars turn with the rear of the car with the stagger rather than doing it with the right front with a lot of camber. So the guys hopefully will benefit as far as the safety aspect of it, but you can see the problem that has been created because of it.
Well, a lot of crew chiefs scratching their heads right now saying, okay, how can I make this thing not only still turn well, but be able to come off the corner and put that power down to the concrete right away.
I know what I'm thinking, and somebody might think I'm crazy. I'm speaking out of turn here, but this sounds a lot like the problem we used to have with the old bisplat tires and some of the early radial tires because they had a lot of stagger. And you'd have to change quite a bit of the spring combination. Remember somebody talking about hillbilly in the set of springs there, Larry? Softer right rear than the left rear. Try to get that left rear to get some bite coming up off the corner. Now, I know these cars are totally different, but it's going to take that type of approach. We talked about it in the first practice. Take last year's notes, take the spring notes, put them up, work on the car as it tells you what it needs. Look at the tires you have, look at what the driver's telling you as far as the track conditions concerned, and address those problems right in front of you. Don't worry about what you did in the past. Another thing is I want to take a look at this racetrack. You see how it looks right now. This is the way it was this morning. This is after even running the truck race and modified race. You see a little bit of a black groove as far as it's concerned. But look at it now. Look how much darker it is. Look how much wider the groove is. It's been able to move off the bottom of the racetrack all the way up to the top. A lot of guys are using the upper part of this racetrack. It's like this is Bristol, not Daytona or Talladega.
Right.
You think you'd be right around the bottom.
And again, progressive banking here at Bristol now, 26 degrees up to 30 degrees of banking as we see Casey Kane and that Bud Ford making his way around. Now, a shorter practice, so we've only got about 45 minutes for these guys to figure it out, but we know they're going to spend some time doing qualifying runs.
Yeah, you can do a lot here in a short time because it just doesn't take long to run a lap here, 16 and a half, 17 seconds. But, you know, if those guys were really struggling the first 2 hours, might want to spend still a little bit of time with this practice on race setup.
How about a guy that's not even in his car right now, Jeff Gordon?
That is a little surprising.
Well, I think the reason is they've been working on flipping this car over to qualifying trim, and they're not in a real big hurry because they probably will only make a few practice qualifying runs. Nobody knows more so than Jeff Gordon how important it is to start up front here. The guy has 5 wins, but he also has 5 poles at this place.
Yeah, and I talked about earlier the laps led. He's 5th all time on that list. He's led over 2,438 laps here at Bristol. So very impressive numbers for him.
And just I think to confirm what I was saying, I thought I saw him just roll out a brand new set of sticker tires to make this practice qualifying runs as we went away from the shot.
Matt Kenseth on the racetrack now.
And we talked about the number of laps a team has run. Jeff Gordon didn't run 100 laps, but he did run 95 in that first practice.
You know, thinking about Matt Kenseth, that run that he had at Michigan last week, he and Jimmy Finney, that did so much for so many reasons because they've been one of those teams that's been inside the top 12 but flirting with falling out over the last few weeks, and now they're sitting there 9th in the points with a 241-point cushion. But I think the biggest thing, that's the first top 5 finish that Matt Kenseth has had since he finished 3rd back in May.
Yeah, Roush Fenway had a pretty impressive performance at Michigan last week. They'll see if they can keep that momentum going here this weekend.
Tonight, we're there for the battle in Bristol. And Thunder Valley will be rocking with the biggest party in NASCAR. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside tonight at 11 Eastern. Only on Speed.
Introducing Shape-Ups SRT, Skechers Radius Trainer for men. Get more out of your workout with Shape-Ups SRT by Skechers.
Think Labor Day parties are just about firing up the grill? Well, the biggest Labor Day celebration in the USA is about firing up the engines and lighting up the night. Last year, we made history. This year, we make it a tradition. NASCAR Night Racing returns to Atlanta Motor Speedway Labor Day weekend, featuring a pre-race concert by Foreigner. Sunday tickets start at just $39. Kids under 12 free Saturday. Call 1-8779-AMS-TIX or go to AtlantaMotorspeedway.com.
Shoe technology revolutionized, featuring Skechers Shape-Ups technology to help you maximize your workout. Run less, get more. Skechers Resistance Runner.
We just bought our first home.
But it has some stains on the walls.
That's why we choose Kills Primer.
Painting my new fence. Need to block the wood grain from showing through. I choose Kills Primer.
For covering bold colors, I choose Kills.
I never ask a paint to do a primer's job. Priming first gives me better results with fewer top coats. I choose Kills Primer.
Homeowners and pros know that a little prep goes a long way, especially when you're using the #1 primer in the U.S. Kills. It's the perfect start to a great finish.
Introducing the Skechers Resistance Runner. Like running barefoot in the sand. Skechers Resistance Runner.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Final Practice from Bristol is brought to you by Sprint, the Now Network, by Kills Primers, Kills, the perfect start to a great finish, and by Toyota. Guys are looking for a perfect start to a great finish by a good final practice, getting them ready for qualifying so that they can start up front. Take a look at this, Jeff. You were talking about the difference in tracks. This was from earlier. The noon practice is on the left, and the most recent practice right now is on the right.
Yeah, we're here riding along with Kurt Busch. Look as we go off in the corner here, Rick. Again, look how white the racetrack is on the picture on the left. Look how black and how wide the groove is now here at Bristol after all this practice that's going on. But to me, the most impressive part of it is that look how much black it is up high. Normally, you would not see that kind of a rubber transfer or even that groove that high up. Normally, you'd be right on the bottom of this racetrack playing follow the leader. This is where that progressive banking and the reconstruction has really come into play to give Bristol a different personality.
Yeah, and some people are for that, and some people are against it. Some people thought, well, I liked it when they would knock a guy out of the way to take the position, and drivers are more like, well, I kind of like being able to drive around somebody now, as opposed to having them knock me out of the way or me having to knock somebody out of the way.
Again, we ride along here with Tony Stewart. Everybody has their opinion about whether it's good or bad. It is what it is. This is what Bristol is today, so you attack it accordingly. It's still Bristol because you're running around this racetrack, I mean, blistering fast. We talked about it. 16 seconds to cover a half mile.
Now, it appears that our top 14 cars right now in this practice session are definitely working on qualifying runs because of those 14 cars. They've either run only 1 or 2 laps. In fact, just a few seconds ago, Juan Pablo Montoya in that 42 car, he ran 1 lap and 1 lap only, and he ran a 15:89, which puts him the fastest.
Fastest of all practices. Bob Dillner.
Right now, David Ruderman is the guy behind the wheel of the 00 car, and while it's cool up there in the booth, it's really hot down here. David Ruderman just pulling in behind me right now. Really hot inside that race car for David Ruderman, but before he got in the car, he said, honestly, in my first laps around the racetrack in that first practice, he was pretty good, and he's feeling a little bit better, staying hydrated, and that's the key for him with his flu-like symptoms. Eric Almirola practiced the car in the first session. He will not be behind the wheel of the 00 this session. Wendy Venturini.
Thanks, Bob. As the second practice session gets underway for Cup, we mentioned Jeff Gordon taking his time. I spoke to Steve Letarte, his crew chief. He said they have 2 sets of sticker tires left, so they're not in a rush to make their mock qualifying run. Jeff Gordon is just now leisurely getting into the car with his first set of stickers. They have 1 more to try out, but it's just qualifying runs for the 24.
And that appears his teammate Jimmy Johnson, who ran the most laps of anybody in that 48 car in the first practice. He's only made 1 run, 2 laps.
Now, Rick, we've been watching this 2 car, help us basically kind of show how the racetrack has changed. Let's see how his car is working right now. Not too good.
Let's see. Loose? I've heard that before.
Yeah,
loose off.
A little bit. Loose off.
Loose off.
No grip in the rear.
Yeah. Hey, I want to go back to what Bob was saying. Hey,
about
it may be cool up here in the booth. Bob, we got the heat on up here. We're trying to be like you down on pit road so we can kind of feel your pain.
Just send me some ice, buddy. Send me some ice.
We have long sleeve shirts on,
Yeah.
Kurt Busch pulling back into his stall as they're going to go to work on the Blue Deuce. Greg Biffle pulling out of his stall and going out onto the racetrack.
Brad Keselowski in the 12 car. Right now he's run a total of 8 laps in this practice session. He's 31st quickest.
So Juan Pablo Montoya, the fastest in this practice. Jeff Burton, Clint Boyer, Denny Hamlin, and Jimmy Johnson are your top 5. Their fast laps all coming on lap number 1. As a matter of fact, everyone all the way down to 24th quick of Martin Truex Jr. Everyone, their first lap has been their fastest lap of this practice.
Now the real challenge for Brad Keselowski and the 18 other drivers, because that's how many drivers we have doing double duty, Nationwide Series and Sprint Cup, is they're going to do this practice session. They're going to have to go over there and climb in their Nationwide Series car and qualify it. Those cars haven't been on the track since essentially 12 noon. And then they're going to have to come back and qualify the Sprint Cup Series car. And it's going to be such a difference in the way you drive those 2 race cars, because obviously you can very easily overdrive the Sprint Cup Series car.
A.J. Allmendinger struggled in practice number 1. As a matter of fact, he went around twice in that first practice. Actually did a little bit of damage to the right rear. The team went to work and cosmetically fixed that.
Yeah, he was definitely providing all the excitement as far as on the front straightaway as well as the back straightaway. So his car consistent on both ends of the racetrack, loose.
He was screaming, tighten this race car up, and was frustrated. Had his hands full in that first practice. His problems, first time coming off of 2.
This was real early in the practice session. Didn't hit anything. Came in and had to get 4 more fresh Goodyear tires. This was the second one fairly late in the practice. You could see that thing really twitch with him right dead in the middle of turn 4. Did get a little bit of damage there, as you pointed out, Rick.
And the frustrated look as he climbed out of that race car after catching the right rear on the wall. So he was out on the racetrack for this final practice, bringing it back in now.
Saturday, NASCAR race day storms into Thunder Valley. Clint Boyer joins us live, and we'll break down major changes coming in 2011. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot, live from Bristol, Saturday at 5 Eastern. Only on Speed.
Here's to getting a weekend project done in record time. Here's to mapping out a game plan, to precise measurements, and powerful tools that make a lot of noise. Here's to getting your hands dirty and ending up with something you can be proud of. Really proud of. Here's to Joey Logano and that number 20 team. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
Isn't it time for a tractor that's built to outlast you? One with a rugged cast iron chassis, plus lifting power and hydraulics that never take a day off. How about a tractor with more muscle than a Brahma bull and a 5-year powertrain warranty watching your back? Well, my friend, it's time to look at the #1 selling tractor in the world, Mahindra.
Michael Annett, I haven't heard much about him.
Michael Annett, born June 23rd, 1986 in Des Moines, Iowa. In 09, he had 35 starts, 13 laps, led 4 top 10s. Favorite sandwich? Grilled cheese. No crust.
The NASCAR Nationwide Series. Get into it.
Yeah, hey, make it out to John from Trevor, number 99. Best career finish came at the very same race as my first career pole. Then it was on to Iowa, and it stopped running.
The NASCAR Nationwide Series. Get into it.
And welcome back to Bristol Motor Speedway. We take a look at the track description. Brought to us by Kills. Just over a half mile. We always call it the world's fastest half mile, 0.533 miles. I think the most impressive thing, and you mentioned it earlier, how small the front stretch and back stretch are.
650 feet. You just get it pointed, you get the RPM up wide open, and you roll him right back out of the throttle.
160,000 seats at this racing facility. The Roman Coliseum, by the way, has between 45 and 55,000 seats.
So basically 3 times that amount.
Yes.
And the analogy I always use, you can almost look at any Super Bowl. There will be twice as many people here tomorrow night that will attend a normal Super Bowl.
Bob Dillner.
Mark Martin sits inside his race car on pit road. They are actually still up on the scale pans down here. A very big patient game for this team. They have 2 sets of tires that they will utilize all qualifying runs for the guy who is on the outside looking in. Mark Martin 13th in points, and I spoke to him just before he got in the race car. And besides telling me how hot it was inside that race car, he said his big problem was loose in. And when he got that car in a loose type attitude, it didn't want to turn in the center of the corner. So that's what they're going to work on in this qualifying type run here during this practice session. Wendy Venturini?
Loose in for Jeff Burton as well. He's P2 in this practice session. 3 laps on the chart. He was free getting in. He said he needed more grip. Now in that last run, he said it got a little bit better, but it's too free off of 4. That's his concern. They are going to put some tires on and make a mock run just like everyone else down here.
Todd Berrier trying to communicate with his driver.
And this is definitely one of those tracks. They will use a fair amount of brake. It's not something that you want to jump right on immediately, but if you're just loose in, the driver can take a little bit of rear brake, a little front brake to it and help it just a little bit.
You know, the good thing about Burton, looking at his 2 times out, his fastest was his first lap out at a 15.91, but he backed it up with a 15.99, which I think is pretty impressive, especially when the tires get the new knocked off of them. But we want to go back and readdress one other thing. We were talking about Mark Martin as well as Jeff Burton. I think Mark Martin and his guys, they got to get it right because they go out early. They go out night quickest. Burton, he's kind of luckier. He goes out 24th, while a guy like Jimmy Johnson, our spring winner, he goes out 35th. So you can, believe it or not, Rick, you can play with your car and you can anticipate a little bit that the track's going to help you out. Maybe, what, half a tenth, maybe a few hundredths, but it can help you out that much by having a late draw, even as quick as we go through qualifying here at Bristol.
And a half a tenth is huge here at this racetrack.
Well, you guys were documenting earlier, you know, there was 4 cars you said earlier that ran the same identical speed to the 100th. So now you got to carry it out to the thousands to see what difference it is.
Ryan Newman in the 39 on the racetrack.
He's moved the mark now to a 15.83. He is the fastest.
He's got the track record here. And it's almost a second faster than what he just ran.
Yeah, a second faster than we're running right now.
Almost a second faster than what he just ran.
Yeah, he ran a 14.908, which comes out to almost 129 miles per hour average.
Yeah, today, during qualifying, there's really a race within the race because we saw earlier Michael McDowell running around the racetrack. He is one of the drivers that has to qualify his way in on time. We've got 49 cars here. That means 6 guys will not race tomorrow night. So they are working diligently to get their cars handling well enough so that they can qualify to even make this race.
A lot of pressure, no matter whether you're trying to qualify for last or whether you're trying to qualify on the pole or up toward the front, you'll be able to get one of those preferred pit stops, pit boxes. It's all about 1 lap right now.
Zucker Busch riding with him. Actually, he got loose off.
Yeah, 31st quickest right now. He's run 18 laps in this practice session, and they still got a lot of work to do.
Everyone's searching here at Bristol. How do we get the grip off the turns?
Wednesday night. Stealth Rider is all new.
This is real Hollywood stuntman action.
As Jason Britton stunts LA's legendary landmarks.
Dude, sick, man.
Stealth Rider, Wednesday at 8 Eastern, only on Speed.
Not all V-twins are the same, but it only takes one oil brand to keep them running smooth and strong. Lucas. No matter the size, shape, attitude, or how you ride it, Lucas motor oils are specially blended with Lucas technology to improve performance and life of your V-twin. At Lucas, what you put in your V-twin keeps what you put on it moving forward. Lucas Oil, available at quality motorcycle retailers.
Where can you see hundreds of RVs all in one place? At only one event, the RV Super Sale. Prices are slashed on motorhomes, travel trailers, and toy haulers, but only for a limited time. RV Super Sale is at the old Fremont Ford location just off Highway 880 in Newark, August 20th through the 29th. Acres of new and used RVs at unbeatable prices. Make an offer and drive home with the RV of your dreams. At the RV Super Sale, the customer always comes first.
If you're living with diabetes and have Medicare or private insurance,
Here is some great news. Call United States Medical Supply today, and we'll send you the smallest glucose meter in the world, absolutely free.
It only takes a speck of blood, and it gives me my results in 5 seconds.
And there's no coding for easier, more accurate results.
Don't let diabetes get in the way of living. Give us a call today at United States Medical Supply and get the smallest meter in the world for free.
Speed's coverage of NASCAR Sprint Cup Final Practice from Bristol is brought to you by Durable, Comfortable Fruit of the Loom, your best value. And by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Dale Earnhardt Jr. makes his way onto the racetrack now. He's waited a while, about 20 minutes before he made his way onto the racetrack in this final practice.
But I think that had a lot to do with probably heavily discussing what this car was doing during that first practice session. And I think a lot like his teammate Jeff Gordon, flipping this thing possibly over to qualifying tree.
His first lap of practice, or this final practice, 22nd quick at 16.196. In the first practice, he ran a 16.061. So slowed down a bit from that first practice.
And since he only ran 2 laps, that was absolutely a practice qualifying run, it appears.
16:19, 16:21. Yeah.
And that is a long way from a 15:83 that Ryan Newman ran just a little bit ago. Clint Boyer in the 33 car up on top of the hauler, watching some cars make some practice. He's 5th quickest.
Kevin LePage driving for Morgan McClure this weekend in number 4 car, currently 47th.
Teams from local Abington, Virginia.
He's got some work to do.
Yeah, I think this team actually, they maybe won their very first race as a team here at Bristol with Ernie Irwin driving the car back in the early 90s.
Bob Dillner.
Right now, Clint Boyer is on top of his rig, and basically he went over and asked Shane Wilson, can I go up there? I want to see what lines these cars are running and where their braking points and where their stomping on the throttle points are, because right now, Clint Boyer, it's like the old Aerosmith song. You know, same old story, the same old song and dance. Well, it's the same old song and dance for him. Loose in, can't turn the car in the middle, very loose off. So they have 4 qualifying runs that they plan to get in here. But Clint Boyer up on top of the rig trying to figure things out right now for the man on the bubble.
Juan Pablo Montoya back out on the racetrack. Looked good in first practice and then backed it up on his first lap of the second practice where he was 2nd quick.
First lap of this run, a 15:96. And he's really just running 1 lap at a time, it looks like.
Coming back off the racetrack now. His fastest lap, 15.897. Just a tick slower than Ryan Newman, who is pacing this practice session. Joey Logano on the racetrack now.
You know, Rick, you were talking earlier, I think it may have been in that first practice, where this will be the 100th race. And that this place has a Coliseum type effect to it. The first race here was in July of 1961. And the original configuration of this racetrack was pretty much a flat half-mile racetrack. And it actually had a football field in the middle of it. And that year there was a preseason NFL game between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Washington Redskins.
And a man near and dear to my heart. I came from the University of Nebraska. Tom Osborne played for the Washington Redskins in this very facility in that exhibition.
I saw a picture of it just a couple of days ago on the show that Dave Despain did on assignment, talking about Bristol, and what a sight to see that football field in the middle of this racetrack.
42 cars ran that race, that very first race.
Just a little free,
similar
not
to
much
the
rear
number
grip.
that we have in every cup race this year.
And loose off.
David Reagan still saying no rear grip, loose off, and take it one step further. Think about it like this since you watched the show. How about Mike Helton growing up right down the street, coming here and playing around in the dirt piles as a kid? I guess because his dad had something to do with it.
Oh, yeah, and now Mike Helton went from working here at this racetrack for the president of Talladega to now he's the president of NASCAR.
Yeah. And what also kind of caught me strange is Mike Helton was also, I guess, the DJ for a radio station before we ever got involved in racing. But I thought Dave Despain and everybody at Speed did a great job on trying to, tell you where this thing has come from. Because watching this racetrack basically come from a hole in the ground to what it is today is very impressive.
Actually, the 7th racetrack to hold over 100 races in NASCAR. So pretty impressive statistics for the racetrack. Everybody's still searching for speed here at Bristol.
Well, we wanted to do something for our fans.
I want Kyle Busch in a pink car in a pink suit.
And now, they get to be our sponsors.
This has always been artistic.
And she loves those cats.
Who doesn't like kittens, bunnies, and little baby seals?
I love you.
No, thank you, sweetheart.
No, write that on the spoiler.
Okay.
Design a new car, win new prizes at ToyotaRacing.com.
Takes a special kind of loco to pass. Initiation, where the sun's so hot and rains fire. Then there's no calling for help. Only reception your phone's getting is an angry look. Just when you can't take anymore, you gotta eat the flame.
Subway stirred up the heat. Introducing Subway Fiery Footlong Subs. The irresistibly hot new turkey jalapeno melt and boldacious buffalo chicken. Eat bold.
Subway Fiery Footlong Subs. Ride hard, eat fresh.
Okay, you know you're gonna need new tires. It's inevitable, right? So why not get them from TireRack.com? With TireRack's online research tools, you'll know you're getting exactly the right tires for you, your car, and the way you drive it, all at a great price. Don't just change your tires, change the way you buy tires. The biggest selection of tires. One more way TireRack is revolutionizing the way you buy tires. TireRack.com. Research, buy, deliver, install.
How do I transform a room in a weekend? Scotch Blue Painter's Tape. 24 hours after I painted this wall, I taped over it to add another color.
It's the only tape that can do that.
And whether you leave it on for 2 hours or 2 months, it still comes off clean. Now that is a sharp paint line. Look for Scotch Blue with the orange label. It gives you the edge. Scotch Blue, now with Edge Lock Protector.
Welcome back. Final practice for the Sprint Cup Series continues from Bristol Motor Speedway. Sprint brings you an inside look at what is happening now inside the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Kevin Harvick, 3,400 points, leading the Cup Series, and locked himself in a week ago into the chase, potentially grabbing a championship here in the Cup Series. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed.
His first win at a non-restrictor plate race since November of 2006 in Phoenix. So when you think about that, that was his first win at a non-restrictor plate track in this new car.
One of the guys that's best on restrictor plate tracks is Dale Jr., but struggling here a little bit, isn't he, Bob?
Yeah, definitely struggling. The saga continues for Lance McGrew and Dale Earnhardt Jr., 25th quick right now. And after that last mock qualifying run, Dale Earnhardt Jr. got on the radio, and these are his words: the car is crap. Lance McGrew basically came on after Dale Earnhardt Jr. said the car is just way too tight to run around this racetrack. Lance basically said, well, the way you drive it in there, it bounces on the splitter and shoves the nose up the racetrack 2 grooves. Obviously, it's tight. Dale Earnhardt Jr. came back on the radio and said, that's how it always is.
Yeah, I don't know. These two, they're just not in sync right now. And I mean, you go back to the practice at Indianapolis Motor Speedway where we played the radio transmission. It just still just not clicking.
Well, maybe it'll work for them like it did for Juan Pablo Montoya and Brian Patty, because those two obviously weren't clicking on the radio, and the next thing you know, they won.
Yeah, where's the love? Where's the war? Where's Victory Lane?
Where's the trophy? Sam Hornish Jr., 43rd quick. Casey Kane on the track as well.
Tell you another car that just jumped up into the top 5. Actually, Casey Kane's teammate A.J. Allmendinger in the 43 car. He's had the tale of 2 tapes today. He has had a fast race car, but he has had an out-of-control car with that 43.
And he said earlier, yes, Luce is supposed to be fast, but he grinned and was like, It's maybe a little bit too loose.
For one lap, a lot of people can hang on to it. For 500 laps,
Yeah.
They don't work.
Hands full. And we'll see if Dale Jr. has his hands full again as we ride along with him. They talked about a tight condition with the splitter slamming down onto the racetrack. I'm guessing Lance tried to get that thing up off, maybe a little stiffer springs or bump stops.
And that's probably the biggest thing, is put more shim in the bump stops. Don't let it travel quite as much, because when that thing gets down on the splitter, it essentially all but picks the front wheels up off the ground and makes them light, and the car will not turn right there.
Nothing different.
So they need to continue to go back to work on the 88 for Dale Jr.
Crew chief, that's not exactly what you want to hear. Nothing different.
Nope. I mean, he ran a little bit quicker, but the problem is he ran quicker, but he's losing ground because
right
so many cars
again.
are making qualifying runs.
Tighten the center, turning right off the corner.
You know, this team comes in here still mathematically talking about the 88 car well within reach of the top 12, 129 points out. But to be honest, I would quit even discussing thinking about the chase. This team just needs to get back competitive. I mean, they're sitting here 23 races into 2010. They only have 6 top 10 finishes this year.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic, obviously, of a Hendrick team. But, yeah, the frustration continues. You can hear it in the voice of Dale Jr. Denny Hamlin, 7th quick in this final practice. As he goes back out, he's run 11 laps. Wendy.
Well, Denny Hamlin started a little loose, and he said it didn't hurt him. It was tight in the center. He wanted to leave the car pretty much where it was, as crew chief Mike Ford is literally just tweaking minor changes. The second time out, it was a little bit tight for him, pretty tight for Denny Hamlin, and he had to use too much brake in the center to get it to turn. That was his concern, as he told crew chief Mike Ford. They continue to dig on these changes.
You know, I'm a firm believer that no racetrack owes anybody anything, but if there's a track that owes somebody a possible win, I think it would be Bristol in this 11 car. He's made 9 starts here. I can't tell you how many times he's been leading this race in the last 5 or 10 laps, Jeff. Fuel pump cable, flat tire, gets knocked out of the way, something always happens.
Denny Hamlin, Casey Kane, Ryan Newman, all guys that have finished 2nd at this racetrack but never made it to victory lane.
Thursday. 2 hot shoes with something to prove.
You're talking to the greatest ever here, baby.
Square off in 2 super sedans. Come on, baby! All new Battle of the Supercars. Thursday night at 10 Eastern. Only on Speed, the Motorsports Authority.
How does the GMC Sierra stay ahead of the competition? We were the first to develop a hydroform steel frame designed to increase payload and durability. And we have an Eaton automatic locking rear differential that maximizes traction and power. When you never compromise, you have nothing to hide. At the GMC Summer Event, get the best of the remaining 2010s and get 0% APR for 72 months. Or choose $5,000 cash back on most Sierras.
2011 Nissans are here, so the 2010s gotta go. Only at Antioch Nissan in the Antioch Auto Center. New 2010 Versas reduced to $129 per month. 2010 Altimas now only $178 a month. Brand new 2010 Rogues dropped to $219 per month. The 2010s are moving fast, and this sale ends when the last one is gone. The 2010 Nissans gotta go during the model year and bottom line sales event. Only at Antioch Nissan in the Antioch Auto Center.
Introducing new Pennzoil Ultra. A revolutionary new synthetic oil that takes clean where it's never been before. Nothing feels like a factory clean engine. And nothing keeps you closer to factory clean than new Pennzoil Ultra motor oil.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Final Practice from Bristol is brought to you by Sprint, the Now Network. Inside of 10 minutes remaining in this final practice, and it looks like a lot of guys are still scratching their heads. How do we keep the car pointed the right direction when we come off the turns?
Dave Blaney in this 36 car of Tommy Baldwin's this week. Dave parted ways with the 66 team before the Michigan race. Casey Mears had been driving this car. Now Casey Mears is in the 13 car for the rest of the season.
A lot of changes. Blaney was driving the 66 for Prism Motorsports, and now the 36.
Kevin LePage in the 4 car, Morgan McClure. Kevin's got some work to do. Right now, 47th quickest out of our 49 cars, Rick.
Yeah, again, 6 cars are going to go home of the go or go homers, and right now it's Brian Kozlowski that's slowest, Kevin LePage, Mike Bliss, Todd Bodine, J.J. Yaley, and Bobby Labonte. But if you mentioned before, Bobby Labonte can use the past champions provisional to get himself in the race. So that means Joe Nemechek would be the next one that would have to pick it up if he wants to stay in this field. Bob Dillner.
Hey, Rick, good news for A.J. Allmendinger in the 43 car. They finally got the car tight. It doesn't want to turn in the center of the corner, and that's a good thing after that first practice session and those 2 spins. But right now they're trying to actually loosen it up again for A.J. Allmendinger, 9th on the board right now.
Well, obviously they worked for 2 solid hours and then some to tighten that car up. But I think what Jeff maybe pointed out a little while ago, more and more rubber going down on this racetrack, that sometimes will tighten the car up a little bit.
Guys, just looking at our speed timing chart here, I only see 2 cars that are in the top 12 in points. They're in the top 10 and as far as our speeds are concerned. So a lot of our guys that are trying to, win a race or score some valuable points are way behind.
Juicy Johnsonville sausage, made with only premium cuts of pork since 1945. Johnsonville, sausage is all we do.
Lowe's is the only home improvement store with Stainmaster. We checked.
Oh, excuse me, do you have Stainmaster?
We got Stain Captain. He's pretty good.
So we're really glad we came to Lowe's and met Lynn here.
And because Lowe's has a huge carpet selection, we were able to find the perfect Stainmaster carpet that fit right into their budget. Stainmaster stays up to 30% cleaner and lasts up to 50% longer than other carpets. And right now, we have home installation for only $39.
Lynn's the carpet master.
Just don't call me the carpet captain.
Experience. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
There's no way to hide it. If you drive drunk, we will find you. Cops everywhere are stepping up enforcement and cracking down like never before.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight? Sir, have you been drinking this evening? Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
Make no mistake, you will get caught and you will be arrested. Over the limit, under arrest.
Welcome to the show. Fiberglass Boomtown, Mecca for the V8 faithful. Pilgrims, diehards, gearheads, zealots, a multitude of fans bound together by a ribbon of asphalt, celebrating as one the triumph of speed and the escape from everything routine. If you've never been, check your expectations at the gate. Everything else is just a game.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Underneath the country moon, the driver's fight to catch their groove. It's racing time again in Tennessee. And the party people wave their flags while the girls are dancing in the stands. And us good old boys are happy as can be. Trying to catch a bump and run. Hold on tight, let's have some fun underneath the Bristol light.
Always one of the greatest shows of the year. The night race at Bristol, Saturday night racing, the world's fastest half mile. As we're winding down the final minutes of this final practice, everyone's been scratching their heads. Even a guy who has always figured to be one of the favorites coming into this race, Jeff Gordon, getting ready to go back out on the racetrack. Wendy, what have they been talking about?
Well, he said the car was pretty good. Giving up on entry is where he thought his concern was. They're going to try and get one last run in. When they were here in the garage area 1 minute ago, he said, I'm not really sure what the car did. And Steve Letarte said, well, you better think about it. We had 6 minutes left at that time. Jeff Gordon said it was a little tight in the center, loose off. There's about 2 minutes left in practice as they get this last run in. Bob?
Well, Wendy, the world record holder at the world's fastest half mile, Ryan Newman, is on top of the charts right now. But I just spoke to his team and I said, okay, is it fast and comfortable? And they said it's simply fast. Ryan Newman, like so many others, going to try to take one more crack at this racetrack. But he's loose in, tight in the center, loose off. The same old song and dance.
This will be about the last runs that these cars get as this practice is just about ready to come to a close.
Therefore, we'll talk about it at the 15.
They're lining up, trying to get onto the racetrack. You see Jeff Gordon coming back off.
I ran that high line just to try it.
Ran the high line.
See, I was getting ready to make the comment.
That's good. Good job, guys. Good way to get some changes done there. All right, man, let's talk about it.
Here again, you hearing Steve Letarte saying we're going to talk about it. But I watched him when he come to the green. Jeff Gordon normally would be right on the bottom of the racetrack. He was right in the middle of the racetrack coming to take the green and thought maybe, that was a way to get a head of steam up to get into turn one. But even when he got there, he ran a higher line than normal. So, again, drivers are experimenting because, once again, this is not the same Bristol that we saw in the spring or a year ago. So you got to look around and try to figure out where the best grip is.
Now, a couple of the Roush Fenway cars, they've jumped up into the top 10 here recently. Carl Edwards in that 99. We watched those guys really searching in that first practice. Second quickest. And then his teammate, Matt Kenseth, who has won here, actually sat on the pole here at Bristol, is sixth quickest right now.
Again, the final seconds, more or less, of practice winding down this final practice.
Something else just looking at kind of strange here. We got 4 Fords in the top 10. The rest of them are Chevrolets. No Toyotas and no Dodges as far as the top 10 are concerned.
Yeah, the fastest Toyota is Marcus Ambrose. He's 11th in that 47 car. And then Brad Keselowski's the fastest Dodge, 15th quickest.
One more run at it for Dale Earnhardt Jr. as he was one of the last cars let back out on the track. He'll try a lap. Trying to find something with the Amp Energy team.
His last time out, he did run a 16 flat, which is about a 10th and a half off of Ryan Newman. That 10th and a half puts him back in the 21st position.
And he stays there on that lap. He ran a 16.084, so not quite as quick as his fastest lap at 16.003.
And I mean, it's such a fine line here as we see the red and the black waving off practice. That lap was a 16.19 between overdriving and underdriving.
08 on the first lap and a
track.
19 on the second. That definitely didn't help us. Yeah, it's just tight to the center.
And what an amazing run from 21st all the way up, separated by 0.2 of a second.
The big question in my mind, he's been fast both practices. He's going to go late because he's a go or go homer. Can David Gilliland maybe sit on the pole for this thing?
I wouldn't be one bit surprised. He's been awful good.
The Rocket Man, Ryan Newman, fastest in final practice. Will he win the pole? You'll have to tune in. Now we go back to the stage and John Roberts.
Rick, thanks. It's all over now, but the qualifying and the racing, and when the Sprint Cup cars take to this half-mile track for the race, it will be the 100th points event for NASCAR's Top Series on the world's fastest half-mile. A lot of work to be done in 2 days to do it in here on a very interesting weekend, and one of the most sought-after tickets in all of NASCAR is a ticket to the Bristol night race, and it's going on this weekend. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Speed Stage. Got some great fans out here with us, as always, at Bristol. We also have our good friend Phil Parsons. Now, Phil, earlier practice, we were talking about guys running a ton of laps. Now you look at the number of laps that they've run, not too many guys ran a lot of laps.
They really didn't. They were really more concentrated on qualifying. We talked a little bit earlier about how important qualifying is and where you start and what pit position you pick. So all that goes into play here because it all matters.
And also pitting here can get kind of confusing during the course of a race because sometimes you enter one way, on the green flag you enter another way, but I'm not even going to try to explain that right now because it's too confusing. Let's take a look at the menu. There's nothing confusing about this. We still got a lot of great programming coming your way for the rest of this afternoon and also into the evening, including capping it off with a good edition of Trackside. Well, there's always a good edition of Trackside, 11 p.m. We got Bruton Smith and company coming on to that one. And also, we'll check in with Larry Pearson on his continuing rehabilitation from a bad wreck he had here at Bristol. Now let's take a look at Sprint Cup Series points where we see Kevin Harvick in the yellow, Phil. He is locked in. Jeff Gordon with a good run can lock himself in here. And also you see the numbers next to the guys' names. That's how far they are to the good. Jeff Gordon, 387 points ahead of 13th place.
Yeah, I have to believe everybody that's at least 241 down to Matt Kenseth the 9th, 241 up from 13th. I believe they have to be feeling fairly safe.
And Kurt Busch lost a lot of positions, 6 spots last time with that engine failure at Michigan. Clint Bowyer is now 35 points to the good. Mark Martin, 35 points to the bad.
Yeah, and all you're talking about is a little bit of trouble here, and somebody like Ryan Newman, Jamie McMurray can get right back in this thing.
So if you are wondering how these 16th to 12th guys did in the practice session, let's take a look at that. And we will start off with one of the chase contenders, Casey Kane, still with a shot at it, but he was 36 fastest in the practice session. That's probably not where they want to be.
I don't think so. And this may have been a situation where he didn't really get what was comfortable for him in his mock qualifying run. Sometimes, in some of the other series with a limited amount of tires, a lot of times they won't make a mock qualifying run, but I think with the Cup cars, with 6 sets of tires potential, I think that they will make a qualifying run, and I don't think he was very happy with his car, obviously.
Hundredths of a second can separate the guys that make this race and the guys that don't. Jamie McMurray in the number 1 car still with a hope at the chase, and Phil, he definitely wants to be in there because he could carry 20 bonus points with him.
Absolutely, and right now Jamie McMurray was 7th quickest in this practice session, and he was one of the cars that ran a number of laps. Jamie ran 44 laps in that session, but still busted off a good mock qualifying effort.
A lot of focus this weekend is going to be on, well, Ryan Newman among some other cars. Ryan Newman was fastest in the practice session, 121.19 miles per hour. And let's remember, he is the record holder when it comes to qualifying here. So Ryan Newman certainly has a great shot at the pole position. And the guys we're really keeping an eye on right now, Mark Martin and also Clint Bowyer. Mark Martin, 18th fastest in the practice. And again, Phil, he's just barely on the outside looking in.
Well, he really is. And he was on the inside looking out last week at Michigan. Did not have the run he needed there. Lost a little bit of ground to Clint Bowyer. Now Clint has a 35-point edge on Mark Martin.
So Clint Bowyer's practice session looked pretty good as he found himself 12th. Only ran 9 laps out there, a little bit better than 120.3 miles per hour. So those are the guys who are really in the hot seat as we head into this wild card race. A lot of people call it the X factor in the last 3 races of the season because it's a short track and a lot of stuff can happen in a little bit of time. Let's go to Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, thank you, JR. A familiar number, number 4, a familiar face. Kevin LePage here at Bristol. I know you want to get these guys in the show. We're talking a little bit. It's close here at Bristol. You need to find that one little something in qualifying. What are you and Larry Carter talking about as far as making this car just a little bit better?
Well, first of all, I want to thank all the Morgan McClure guys and Alpha Natural Resources and Joy Mining Equipment to come aboard and help us out. You know, it's just Larry Carter learning me and what I need to get in the car, and the car is really tight first practice, and we got it really good right there. Ran our best lap of the day. I need about a 10th more. So Larry, Jason Overstreet, and all the Morgan McClure guys right now are fine-tuning this Chevrolet, and hopefully we can get her in the show.
A lot of guys talking about the new tire combination and how it's making the track, react a little bit differently. The more rubber gets down on the racetrack, how will that affect qualifying? Because qualifying, obviously, it usually gets a little bit loose here, but guys are talking about being tight. What do you think? What are you going to expect?
Well, we bolted 4 sets of Goodyears on this thing, and every time it's been tight. So for what they've done to loosen this thing up, I would have never done it here. But Larry Carter and Jason Overstreet, they're doing a great job. And, like I said, we pick up every time we go back out, and we just need a little bit more tonight. And if not, it's not going to be from everybody not trying so hard. I mean, these guys have worked their guts out the last 2 weeks putting this thing together, and Alpha Resources and Joy Mining Equipment coming aboard. So hopefully we get her in. Larry McClure's out. He's back there watching us on TV. Larry, wish you were here at the track, but we're thinking of you.
Well, he's trying to get this thing in the show, and if he does, it'll be a nice homecoming for these guys on the 4 team. Ray?
Well, Hermie, before the chase, it's a race to get in the race today here at Bristol. There are 49 cars in the garage. Just 43 of them will start, so 6 go-or-go-homers will not make this show. But 1 go-or-go-homer has been very impressive today, and that, of course, is David Gilliland in his number 38 Taco Bell Ford on the top of the charts in the first practice, and we thought maybe that was a bit of an anomaly. Guess what? third fastest in the second practice. So we know this is a very, very fast car. He gave Randy Seals the praise earlier today. They haven't had much luck with this team over the last 5 or 6 races. Maybe, just maybe, they can turn it around tomorrow night here at Bristol. Johnny?
Ray, thanks a lot. A couple of reasons why so many cars come out to this event. A, it's a very prestigious event. It's under the lights at Bristol. A lot of people watching, but also there's a lot of money involved as well.
It really is. This race pays in excess of $80,000 to start, so there's a whole bunch of reasons for these guys to be out here, but this is one of the biggest fields we've had. I think maybe the second largest field we've had this year next to Daytona, so that's how much this race means.
And the Nationwide Series as well, we have qualifying coming up for them too. They have a ton of cars too.
They have 51, 52 cars for the Nationwide Series. Again, probably the second largest field they've had all year long.
So we got to take a quick break here on NASCAR Live. When we come back, we'll have a guy working hard for a good cause and also get you back down in the garage area and see what's going on as we get ready for Cup Series qualifying and nationwide qualifying on the world's fastest half mile.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Brought to you in part by Atlanta Motor Speedway. Night racing returns to Atlanta Motor Speedway for the largest Labor Day celebration in the country, September 4th through the 5th. And by Camping World. Visit Camping World RV Sales for the largest selection of motorhomes. Ask about our low price guarantee.
In the number 3, Wrangler Chevrolet, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I'm a Wrangler guy. Always have been, always will be.
Wrangler Jeans Company. Great fits, unbeatable comfort.
Gotta say, nothing beats Wrangler comfort. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
On your next business trip, pack your Marriott Rewards Visa card. Get triple points every time you use your card at Marriott. Apply now and earn 22,500 bonus points when you use your card and enjoy a free night stay. So before you know it, work time becomes well-deserved downtime. Apply now at Marriott.com/free night stay. You've got staying power.
Jeffrey, it's after midnight. What are you doing?
I'm buying car insurance.
Right now?
Yep, I just logged on to thegeneral.com.
At The General, you can get an instant online quote that includes a low rate, low monthly payment, and a down payment as low as $59, even if you have tickets or an accident on your record.
Okay, all done.
Great. Bring me some cheese puffs.
Best car insurance rates in town. Call 1-800-GENERAL now. We just tested Quaker State motor oil that had driven thousands of miles in New York City taxis. And that used Quaker State still passed these critical tests for brand new oil, even when it's ready to be replaced. Quaker State, real, durable oil.
If you were going to create the ideal NASCAR driver, how would you begin? How old would they be? How tall?
What color would you make their eyes, their hair, their skin?
Would English be their first language? O su segundo?
How long would their hair be?
The definition of ideal has never been more wide open. The NASCAR Drive for Diversity ensures the only barrier drivers have to cross is the finish line.
For many race fans, this is the mecca of motorsports, the Bristol Motor Speedway, short track racing at its best in Thunder Valley, Tennessee. 500 laps for the Sprint Cup Series, and that will mark the 100th time that the Cup Series has raced here at Bristol. Now, a lot of drivers have foundations that are very active in their certain fields, and they work very hard behind the scenes and in front of the cameras to get the job done raising funds. And Hermie Sadler is standing by with one guy with a foundation that's very active.
Yeah, Greg Biffle, the foundation is very, very active. And before we talk about racing on the racetrack, let's talk about the foundation. A lot of cool stuff going on. Tell us what's going on and how the fans can get involved.
Well, we just got the 2011 pet calendar done, and we're so excited about it. 3M got it done a few weeks early for us, so we had it out at the Street Fest last night, sold a bunch of them here on the souvenir trailer, but people want to get it. GregBiffleFoundation.com just got the 2011 calendar, and raffling off my golf cart. I've had it, my pride and joy, sitting there for a few years. We put a 20 horsepower Honda engine in it and all that, and I needed a top. Everywhere we went, it rained, and so it's cool, flamed out paint job, but we're going to raffle that thing off to somebody as long as they take care of her.
Well, congratulations on everything you're doing with the foundation for a great cause. Let's talk about this racetrack. We were talking before we came on the air. It seems like this racetrack with this tire combination things are just different than they've been here in the past. How are you guys adapting to the new surroundings we got here?
I was wondering if we were at Bristol. I had to look out there to see all the grandstands and how loud it was, and so I knew we were at Bristol, but gosh, it's just this tire just isn't driving like our cars. It's on top of the racetrack, it's sliding, it just, even with new tires, normally you can feel the grip for one lap, just really digs into the racetrack, but it's not doing that today, and I don't know why. We're looking around and looking to see what we can do different, but we're out of practice, so we got to figure it out and get ready to qualify here and hopefully get a good start spot for tomorrow night.
And this place has got to rank pretty high up on the list of places to try to get to victory lane, a cool place to win.
It is, and I love this place. We run so good here all the time, so we're kind of scratching our head. We got the same setup we did in the spring, ran real good, so just trying to figure out where we're off a little bit.
Well, these guys trying to get the right combination for qualifying for the track position in 500 laps tomorrow night. Ray?
On Wednesday night here, Todd Bodine grabbed another top 10 in Camping World Truck Series action, has a commanding point lead over there. And when I looked at first practice today, you were about 20th, but you're not there anymore. What's going on with car 64?
Well, we've been fighting tight off the corner all day. And the first practice in our qualifying run I got a good run off the corner, so we got a decent time. And now at the end of this practice, we've got it really good off the corner, and it's too tight in the middle of the corner. So that's really bad because it really takes your corner speed out when you slow down so much in the middle of the corner, and that's not good at Bristol. You got to keep that momentum going, keep the thing rolling, and then be able to get back to the throttle again. So we're fighting it a little bit. We're not giving up, but this Toyota Camry needs a little work, and we got some ideas. We changed some things right there at the end, and it got a little better. We actually ran our fastest lap right at the end on like 4-lap tires, so stickers are big. So hopefully if we can kind of duplicate that, we can pick up the 2/10 that they dropped off and run a high flat or a mid flat.
Okay, good luck to you, Todd Bodine and Johnny. 6 cars are going home, and from that answer, I'm not quite sure where Todd stacks up.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Ray. He's about in the mid-pack when it comes to the go-or-go-home cars, 42nd fastest on the speed chart. But Phil, Todd has a lot of experience running in the Cup Series. At this track, he's got 12 starts, and out of those 12 starts, 1 top 10.
Yeah, Todd Bodine has a lot of experience at this racetrack in all forms of racing. He's won here in the Nationwide Series. He runs well in the Truck Series. I think he has 3 second-place finishes in the Truck Series, so he knows how to get it done here. And if they get the adjustments made properly, then he's going to get that thing in the show.
Couple of tenths of a second can mean the difference between racing and not racing, and also a ton of cash, too.
A couple hundredths of a second can make the difference. Hundredths of a second. That's how close this qualifying session is going to be.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that for qualifying. We have coming up here in just a little bit, Nationwide Series and Cup Series qualifying as well. And the stars will be out tomorrow for NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. Remember the 2 guys that got into it after the Michigan race, Ryan Newman and Joey Logano? Well, they will both join us on race day, maybe to hash the whole thing out.
Tonight, we're there for the battle in Bristol. And Thunder Valley will be rocking with the biggest party in NASCAR. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside tonight at 11 Eastern.
Only on Speed.
If you live for performance, upgrade to Castrol Edge Advanced Synthetic Oil. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1, Castrol Edge, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
If you had a choice between going bald and a fuller head of hair, which would you choose? Advances in medical science have resulted in the world's first and only permanent solution to hair loss. You wash it, you cut it. It's your own real, naturally growing hair. When it comes to hair restoration, no one in the world has more experience than Bosley. The results look completely natural and are affordable on nearly any budget. Bosley Hair Restoration is a relatively simple outpatient procedure, but the entire process can't be explained in 60 brief seconds. So to find out more about this clinically proven permanent hair loss solution, call the toll-free number below to receive your free no-obligation information kit. It'll answer all of your questions about hair loss and hair restoration. Every day you wait, you're losing more hair, so don't put it off any longer. The phone call is free. The information is free. You owe it to yourself to find out the facts. Choose hair. Choose Bosley.
Call 1-800-564-9158. That's 1-800-564-9158.
There's no way to hide it. If you drive drunk, we will find you. Cops everywhere are stepping up enforcement and cracking down like never before.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
Sir, have you been drinking this evening?
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
Make no mistake, you will get caught and you will be arrested. Over the limit, under arrest.
The NASCAR Experience live. Everything else is just a game.
Well, once we're done with this Bristol night race, we're going to take a weekend off, and then we're going to get fired up to go down to the Atlanta Motor Speedway for a Labor Day fest that is second to none. A great way to spend Labor Day is going down there, and right now in Atlanta they have some serious bargains on tickets there. They want to fill the place up, and with us is track president Ed Clark. Ed, we're all looking forward to the trip down there, and you guys got a lot in store for the fans starting Friday night.
We absolutely do. You know, we started our first night race weekend a year ago, and it was actually a Saturday and Sunday schedule. But we've expanded it to 4 days now. We're going to start Friday at 6 o'clock. We've got a Q&A session with Jeff Burton, David Reagan, Clint Boyer, hosted by Rutledge Wood. After that, we've got a driving and crying music concert, and we're going to conclude the night with some good old short track racing, 150-lap Southern Superstars late model event on our tight, flat quarter-mile track. I think there'll be at least one car come out of there with a few dents in the fender. But it's going to be good old short track racing action. And that's free to anyone who has a Saturday or Sunday ticket. So just a little added bonus for the folks to thank them for the 50 years of support. Of course, we're going to do the Great Clips 300 nationwide race along with 2 qualifying sessions on Saturday. At 5:20 Sunday, Foreigner comes on for a great about hour and 15-minute music show to warm things up for the Emory Healthcare 500 Sprint Cup race afterwards. And after we shoot the fireworks Sunday night, we're not done. Monday morning, for the fans who stay over, we're going to give a free breakfast from 7 to 9 a.m. So you can come down, and I think you can get all of that for about $64. And we've got some great values. Those and
that's unbelievable. We promised you a bargain, and you got
absolutely. You can go to AtlantaMotorspeedway.com and find out all our specials and all the event information. We've got a lot of activity going on in addition to the racing activities.
Now, Ed, there are positives to losing one event on the Sprint Cup schedule. When we see the new schedule, there's only one event for Atlanta, but that allows you guys to focus on that Labor Day weekend and make that really something special.
And John, we already are. You know, it's unfortunate after 50 years to lose an event, but we're looking forward. The statement we made is, while the schedule may have changed, our commitment to the fans and people who've supported us and made Atlanta Motor Speedway what it is even stronger than ever. We're committed to make Labor Day weekend the #1 destination event in the state of Georgia every year, and something that people nationwide look forward to coming to Atlanta for. And we've already got a lot of ideas about how we're going to do that. We got to get through this one in 2 weeks, but we'll immediately start working on Labor Day 2011.
You also have a special, a $39 special, right? If you buy the ticket by Sunday.
We do, and we're doing this with Ryan Newman, and it's kind of actually Ryan's idea. We have a $39 ticket over in the Elliott Grandstand. That's our least expensive ticket. We've got a $19 student ticket as well. Anyone who buys a $39 ticket through Sunday gets an opportunity to be an honorary pit crew member on Ryan's pit crew, meet Ryan, get a tour through their transporter, meet all the crew guys, and be on the inside of the number 39 Army team Labor Day weekend. And that's a pretty special opportunity. You can't go buy that, but you can buy a ticket and get a shot at being the lucky winner.
Well, that's neat.
Ed, thank you so much for all you guys do down there. We're looking forward to coming and joining you here in a couple of weeks, and also looking forward to the future.
Well, we call it the biggest Labor Day celebration in the USA. That's what we intend to do, is make it that. It's always fun to have you guys come join us, all the fans who come and make it special. We love to give them great customer service. That's what we're going to be doing.
All right, thanks. Ed Clark, President, Atlanta Motor Speedway. And we still got a lot to do here at Bristol, though, before we get the well-deserved weekend off coming up here. And tonight at Bristol, trackside is going to feature the boss man at Speedway Motorsports. Bruton Smith is going to stop by, and they'll also check in with Larry Pearson to see how he's recovering from a pretty bad accident he had here at Bristol. Tune in.
Next Friday, we're there in Chicago, where the Onion attempts to extend his championship lead, and the rest of the field is looking to take him out. The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series live from Chicago, next Friday at 8:30 Eastern, only on Speed.
See this? Nobody else has what this paint's got.
and that's a #1 rating. It's a paint and primer in one, so it goes on gold and looks even better. It means getting more done in half the time. And it means the shade you see on that swatch ends up on that wall and is as durable as it is colorful. You know where to find it. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Try it for yourself. Get your own 8-ounce sample of the #1 rated Behr paint. Now just $2.94.
Xfinity presents Date Night. Rent it here first, on demand.
Isn't it date night?
The Fosters were in need of some excitement. And tonight,
get up now.
They're gonna get it.
This is just a misunderstanding. No, he turned it sideways. Kill shot! It's a kill shot!
I know someone who can help.
I do all right.
I bet you do all kinds of right.
Date Night. See it first on demand, 28 days before it's available through Netflix and Redbox. Watch anytime with Xfinity, only from Comcast.
Xfinity presents Death at a Funeral. How can one funeral that's not my fault go this wrong? You got Jackie Chan in there. How can one family be this insane?
What are you doing? Hello.
And how can one guy keep it all together?
He's in a better place now.
Since when does deadbeat sick? Say your prayers.
Put some panties on.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Brought to you in part by the new Schick Hydro, the only razor that's like a blast of hydration. And by Verizon, the network with the most 3G coverage.
It has been a very busy day at Bristol so far, but the work continues because we're barely firing our engines on a full day of coverage on speed, practice, qualifying, and racing coming up a little later on tonight. And you know what? It's always busy when you come here to Bristol. There's always so much going on, especially when you have NASCAR's 2 top series on one weekend, and also you're celebrating the 100th race for a very famous speedway. For final thoughts on this edition of NASCAR Live, let's go to Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. And the cars line up on pit road, getting ready for qualifying. And this is somewhat of a modified version of an impound race. These cars will go out and qualify coming up a little bit later on today. Then they will be brought back in. The crew chiefs and drivers can work on the car, but there is no more practice on the racetrack prior to the green flag here at Bristol tomorrow night. So the drivers and crew chiefs that have been struggling, and I can tell you, there's more drivers and crew chiefs looking for combinations to work here at Bristol than I can remember in the last 4 or 5 years. So a lot of crew chiefs and drivers scratching their heads wondering, what have I got to do to get these cars hooked up, to get them to turn through the center and get that forward bite on a long run. But the first order of business is qualifying, because good track position will definitely get you in good shape to get up front and not have to go outside the box as far as track position, you know, staying on the racetrack, no tires, and those kind of things. So it all starts with qualifying here, but these guys are trying to look for that right combination to get that speed, to get a good qualifying lap, and then look forward to 500 laps tomorrow night, Ray.
And Hermie, what a challenge it is for all of these drivers to keep a cool head when we go racing at Bristol. Lots of beating, lot of banging. It's hot. It's very hard to figure out where you're at, even on the racetrack. But the real pressure zone for me is this part of the track. You got the 33 of Clint Boyer right here. He's currently 12th in the points. And right beside him, the number 5 of Mark Martin. Mark is 35 points out of 12th. When you pan to the left just a little bit, you'll see Newman, 103 out. Then Jamie McMurray, just a couple of points behind Newman. And Casey Kane may even still be in this fight. Anything can happen here at Bristol. There's no question about that. These guys right here, these 4 or 5 cars in a row, doing everything they can in these final 3 races to try to get away, to get in the chase and have a shot at a championship. JR?
Ray, thanks a lot. Perhaps it was veteran driver Dick Trickle who put it best. He said racing at Bristol is like flying a jet fighter in a gymnasium. Phil, you've been out there on that track. It's loud, fast, colorful, confusing, and just flat out fun.
It really is. And once they changed this racetrack a few years ago, when they reconfigured it, instead of knocking somebody out of the way, you can pass them. That's why the guys were running up on the top of the racetrack, right on the bottom in the middle, because you can go all over this racetrack now. Before, you basically had one groove. Now these guys can go all over the racetrack. You don't have to knock somebody out of the way. That may happen. You don't have to do it. You can pass them.
Anytime someone reconfigures a racetrack, there's half the people that hate it, half the people that love it. But when it gets right down to it, you clearly have to say it's improved the racing here.
Oh, without a doubt, I think every driver from top to bottom is going to say what a nice job they did with this racetrack. They fixed the racetrack. The racetrack really wasn't wrong, but they fixed it. Now you can run top to bottom. You don't have to knock somebody out of the way. So they actually did as good a job as you could physically do to this racetrack.
All right, if you want Rex, go watch a demolition derby, right? You'll get some here.
We might have a few of those here.
There'll be a few of those. Yeah, bent metal and bent sheet metal and bent tempers around here.
It's just that little bit of space that everybody fights for.
All right, well, we got to take a quick break here, but when we come back, Nationwide Series qualifying will take center stage here at the world's fastest half mile. All kinds of racing action going on here and all kind of fun outside and inside the racetrack. There is still plenty of time for you to grab a ticket and come down here and join us at the Bristol Motor Speedway. If you've ever wanted to come to a night race for the Cup Series here and haven't been able to get a ticket, you can this year, but they are going fast. They expect a packed house, but there still are tickets available. So come down here and join us for race day, and then you'll see 500 laps of action-packed racing out on the track. Once again, we are going to take a quick break here on Speed. When we come back, it is Nationwide Series qualifying 50 cars going for a tight 43 spots. So stay with us, everybody. Keep it here on Speed. We got you covered all weekend long.
Granola nut clusters from Nature Valley. 100% natural nuts and granola in bite-sized clusters. It's a little bit of nature, a little bit better. And nature approves. Granola nut clusters from Nature Valley.
It's like a blast of hydration to your face. New Schick Hydro, with water-activated gel that hydrates your skin as you shave and lasts up to twice as long as ordinary strips, while 5 blades with skin guards smooth the skin to reduce irritation. It's the best shave for your skin. The new Schick Hydro. Free your skin.
Has no prejudice.
It does not carry the opinions of a man faster than those of a woman.
Does not filter out an idea because I'm 16 and not 30.
So it stands to reason my ideas will be powerful if they are wise,
infectious if they are worthy.
If my thoughts have flawless delivery, I can lead the army that will follow.
Rule the air. Verizon.
Right now, buy a BlackBerry smartphone and get a second one free, like the Curve, only at Verizon.
Things aren't always what they seem out here. Like that big fella over there. Costs way less than I ever dreamed. I don't tell my friends just how affordable it is, because of them, I'm still the big roller, the big cheese, you know?
Oh, Emmett. Baby, what you doing?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, babe. In a second. Taking care of some business.
It's surprising just how affordable an RV vacation can be. GoRVing.com and get a free video or visit an RV dealer. Go affordably. Go RVing.
Welcome back to the Bristol Motor Speedway, everyone, in Nationwide Series qualifying. This afternoon, 50 cars will go for 43 spots on the track. If you are one of those drivers in the top 30, it's a battle for pit selection. If you are outside of the top 30, it's a battle just to make the show. A lot of beating and banging coming your way tonight on the world's fastest half mile here in Thunder Valley, Tennessee. And man, it's been a wild day so far on the racetrack. Only expected to get wilder as we get ready for racing and qualifying, because that's all that's left. I'm John Roberts alongside of Phil Parsons, and Phil, the pressure is on these guys.
It really is. You've got Brad Keselowski now that has a pretty insurmountable lead, it seems, but you have a lot of positions inside the top 10 that are up for grabs.
So perhaps the big story right now are all those cars down there fighting just to make it in the show. There's simply not much room.
There really isn't. You talk about 49, 50 cars, 51 cars trying to qualify for these 43 positions. Now, the difference between making this thing and going home is huge. It's like the Grand Canyon, and everybody down there trying to do their best to get in this thing.
In the Nationwide Series right now, things are going great for points leader Brad Keselowski. He's coming off a win, and not only is a win great, but Phil, when you do it in front of your hometown crowd up there in Michigan for Brad, nothing could be better.
It really couldn't, and that's the second win in a row at Michigan for Brad, and that's the new car too. So a lot of reason for optimism out of the Penske camp, the fact that they dominated that race with that new Nationwide car.
And to make things just a little bit better, he was fast in practice.
Yes, he was.
So Brad Keselowski could